our academy. We'll be here for a little bit, so it'll be a short stream probably. Then we'll hang out. I also want to vibe to music. I'm in a mood today. I'm in a mood. I am overall feeling better, technically. However, I don't know where my leggings are, so I might get lightheaded. We'll see. I would say in general, I'm actually doing all right. But basically, let's just vibe and hang out. That's the plan. That is the plan. May rant about WoW, maybe not rant about WoW. We'll find out. Normally, I always say, I'm just going to vibe to music and play the game. And then I end up ranting about WoW. It's like 90% chance. We'll find out. Only one way to tell. Only one way to tell. All right, let's do this for a second. Just go ahead and get set up. I'm technically streaming early today, which is a little weird. This is an early stream for what it's worth. And then, yeah, we get to play Banchers. I've never actually done a key with Banchers before, so hopefully I do well. Banchers is the Giga Hunter. I don't know if he wants to collab or not. We'll ask. I do like it. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've never actually gone to do a key with Banchers. This will be a unique, interesting experience. All right, let me mute the stream real quick. Bet. Let's roll. Go live notification. Key with Banchers. Key with Banchers. All right. Hopefully my bear can impress the Banchers, but we'll find out because he is used to playing with the Giga Bear, Mr. Squish. And also, I kind of want to play music. We're going to vibe. I'm feeling today, noob. You know Alec Benjamin? That's how I'm feeling right now. I don't know why. I'm in the mood. Feel like listening to Alec Benjamin. What's up, noob? Good morning. Good morning. Yesterday, I recorded a podcast. Can you... You know, there's... Yesterday, I recorded a podcast with Mr. Kyrasis. Very interesting stuff. I got to learn the entire history of tank theory crafting, which is not what I thought it was, actually. It's interesting. I was asking him how he can account for things like human failure or active versus passive talents versus this versus that. I thought it was pretty cool. It got a little technical, but I really enjoyed it. It was fun. Today is technically an early stream. I wasn't actually going to stream, but here we go. All right. So no skip route, I guess. We'll just do W. W it is. We're going to see how this goes with the Shadow Priest. And yeah, it should be fun. Big W route. We can double Ravager. Let me see the route real quick. So wait, W route without the skip looks like no quad Echo Knight. You add... Okay, so instead of this, you have to pull... This is going to be a weird Algathar route. Hold on 1 second. You have to go like this. Let me make sure that things are open right. You would have to go these last two with boss, and then you just pull this. And then you add these two foragers and chain and 7. That's it. You just go like this then. And then like don't triple platform this probably. I guess this. I guess this. This then. Alright, we'll just do this. Yeah. I think we do like this. Bam. Let's see how it goes. Combat potion here and here. Nah, I'm not too worried. I need to reset my bleed on the first pull and not die. That'll be problematic, I suppose. Not problematic. You know what? Let's just play. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Alright, all stream stuff is done. Let's get it. I do actually want to listen to music and play today. Noob, how are you feeling? How's your health? My health has been annoying, but you know what? I made a decision yesterday that it's time to get it better. So what I have decided to do is start eating a lot of food. Like so much food. Did I make the group? Your lead, by the way. Check ping. I may have made group. I don't know if I made the group or not. Let's go. Let's do it. Do you think we time 21 Algathar Academy like this? Also, I have come to stream today to address the allegations. And you're thinking, what allegations? The allegations are that I'm a bottom reroller. That is apparently I have had allegations thrown at me. They have been levied at me. And I was like, me? I'm a bottom reroller? It turns out that because I like Guardian Druid, that is me now. Let's find out. I have no idea how this goes. I am apparently not. Nope. But I actually did think about it next season. There's a little pressure. Like, so, Maury, what's up, Maury? There's a weird thing that happens when you enjoy streaming, which is that you know that everybody's watching you. So sometimes there's a little bit of pressure to do really well. Do you know what I mean by that? It's almost like you're constantly, like, every decision you make. Like, if I walk into this first pull and I just, like, hilariously die, it's not just like oh, whoopsie. It can be, but sometimes there's a lot of pressure to be like, oh, like, I've got to do super good, global for global, represent the bear tanks out there in the world. There is an element of that. So next season, I was like, well, if I just re-roll to whatever going to be the meta tank, then I can at least pursue higher IO and this and that. But I think that's a weird mentality, and I'm not going to do that. What's up, Aluso? Hi, Aluso. Aluso, you had asked me a question the other day. It was about your knee. I hope that some of the information I could give, I know I couldn't actually answer the whole question because it is individual, but I hope that it helps. Should we see how this comp goes? This is not exactly a meta comp. I'm kind of curious to know how this goes. Technically, it should be fine. I mean, like, if people are gaming, then they're gaming. And I think that this should be all right, but I'm going to have to sit this bleed for a little bit. It's not like I have any... there's no evoker here. So on this next set, what I do is I pre-stampeding roar, and then I start kiting out basically now. I have... Oh, they reached me again. No, okay, yeah, that was perfect. And then I just reset the bleed 1, and then I'm going to need to double SI probably, depending on what the damage looks like. And then we SI 1. We're just going to plan the double SI because the skitterflies are also still alive. So I don't want to get globaled right there. And then we're back to the lunar beam, back to the bark, and everything should be all right. Okay, yeah, that's not too bad. For a second, I was like, wait a second, is this going to be hard? No, we just need to get back to bark skin, and then we're fine. My only issue is that this pull did last a while. I tried to keep it as grouped as possible for Mr. Banchers. As long as you don't say you'll go boomy, that's not going to happen. I'm not depressed. I'm just physically ill. I got the flu, D3. My brain is intact. Boomy. What? Me? What's up, Slubby? Going for the 1% this season because of your advice and videos. Nice. Oh, if you're 39-31, you basically have it. You just need to fill out that last 21 and then effectively just grab one more. I stopped in May at Brazil 21, and I don't think that I am safe right now for the 1%. If I want the 1% title, I don't think that I thought I was, like 2 months ago when I basically decided to stop playing retail, I was like, this is enough. I am not 1,000% sure about this. I actually think it might not be. I wonder if it's as high as some... Well, bye-bye. Are you a dwarf? Uh-oh. I think John is dead on the next. We're going to have to be-res him. Guardian's taking a backseat to Boomy. Oh, yeah. Boomy on beta is pretty good right now, and definitely in a better spot than Guardian is. So, unfortunately, yes. They're not going to remove Brazil next season, unfortunately, though. Thank you, Maury. I appreciate that. I hope you have a great night. It's cool. I normally don't stream, like, technically this early, so I get to say goodnight to people. Good night, Maury. This is my new job has me walking about 20K steps. Dude, yeah, that's tough. That is tough. I hope, I need aggro on that ad. Dude, is he gonna live? Dispersion. I'm US, luckily, so the cutoff is lower. It's gonna be weirdly high. I can tell you for a fact that it will be extremely high, this cutoff. Stay in the circle. Stay in the circle. My threat's gonna be a little low. It's okay, that was expected. I actually need to grab threat here real quick. Yeah, I really thought when we went into the season, when they announced the 1%, I kind of thought it was going to be, let's call it like Brazil 19 or something. Maybe like Brazil 20. I was not expecting this. It's high. It's like Brazil 21 is I mean, in previous seasons, before Brazil was even introduced, that would have been 0.1%. But the Brazil has inflated the top end in a really strange way. Like, 21s are not easy. But with Brazil, like, if we fail this right here, we just go again. But I also think that the mount is way cooler than a title. I love the 1% mount. I have no chance of getting it. 1%, like I said, 1% is not easy. That's a very high key level to ask people to do casually. Maybe not casually is the wrong word, right? But, like, you are asking people to actually progress to that degree, which is not easy to do. I have a feeling at the end of the day, Stubby, it's going to be Brazil 21 with 1 or 2 22s. And I think that the 22s will make the difference. And it's just going to be a 22 pit, 22 terrace, or 22 caverns. It's one or the other. I don't know which one. That's it. I'm almost positive that that's just what you're going to find. I could be wrong on that. It's an assumption, and it kind of depends on how many people are playing at the end of the season. It depends how many people actually go for it. But, I mean, when I talked to Shaw, and also Kyrasis yesterday, actually, no one plays with friendly nameplates. So the title is such a weird thing. The exclusivity of the 0.1%, yeah, because I'm playing with Banchers. I was asked to log on and do this key. Did you get a new PC? No, but I have tried to optimize some stream settings recently, Aluso. Because you know how I spend a lot of time streaming? I don't work that hard at it. I should like try harder for some stream stuff. Thank you for noticing. The mount is super cool. The mount is a badass mount. Like, it's very cool. So, I do think. You know, TH, all right, you want to know something disturbing? I was doing a little analytical work a few days ago. I was curious about this. So I did some analytical work. You got a little AI friends? This is very interesting. If you look at how many people are actually watching World of Warcraft retail, like right now, versus World of Warcraft Classic on Twitch as a watchable category, the numbers will surprise you. It's very weird. We engage with retail, but as a viewing category, especially at the time zone that I play at, which is, I'm not going to like swap games necessarily. That's not how this is. I wasn't looking for that reason. I was just curious about something. Dude, like 90% of the viewers, 90% of World of Warcraft on streaming platforms is not retail. The vast majority is classic or TBC or this. I think that's kind of interesting. And it goes to show something about the interactiveness of what retail has become. It's not a perfect metric, of course. Like, not that that should be used as a metric. I just think it's interesting. Well, do you think they're going to announce a new game? Oh, what's up, T? Hi, T. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. I was just looking at some. I was trying to see like who I didn't know that sometimes plays at this time, and I happened to see you the other day. I felt like at this point I've been streaming now for over a year, and I know everybody who streams around my time zone, and then it turns out that I don't. And sometimes we just don't interact with each other because if I'm live and you're live, then we never actually get to. Our paths never intersect. You know. Will I be at BlizzCon? I will be at BlizzCon. Yes. Now, I don't know if I'll go to every BlizzCon, but this BlizzCon, I happen to be visiting family. It's 8,000 miles away from me. Dude, it's like a 24-hour round trip. It's very far for me to go to BlizzCon. However, not round trip, one way, sorry. It is actually across the world. Like, it is the literal opposite side of the world. So, but I'll be there, yeah. I was going to be visiting family during September anyways. I had already planned a trip to LA, and I was like, oh, interesting. Yeah. Unfortunately, so I became a WoW partner, but they've already given out all the tickets that they can give out, so I don't actually get a ticket, unfortunately. That's the sad part. That part is sad. Yeah. Look today at work, and if I can buy it, you have to buy it from someone else now. Yeah. We're like 30 seconds behind where we should be on the timer. Let's see how single target looks. Rating will jump when they say when Season 2 starts. I think it's interesting that they haven't announced Season 2 yet. Isn't that weird? I view that as weird. I don't know what's happening with that. Where is Season 2, by the way? But yeah, so apparently I don't get a ticket. I have to go get a ticket, but I had a friend who was willing to... They had an extra one, so I'll just basically go get their ticket. I'll have to buy it from them. What's up, Edgar? When I became a WoW partner, I was like, ooh, wait, do I get a ticket to BlizzCon? And they were like, no, sorry, not this year. And I was like, oh. I was like, oh, wait. Yeah, no. What's up, Edgar? Good morning. Good afternoon, rather. My theory on classic streams is the Yap angle. Yeah, because how many other tanks do you know of that can tank a 21 Algothar Academy in full rants? Actually, I can't do it with music, to be fair. If I want to vibe to music, I can't also rant at the same time. That crosses my brain. But like, if I want to tell you about my thoughts on classic versus retail, on my state, the state of the game type conversations, or the apps about philosophy, or why you should train your glute medius to stabilize your kneecap, etc., then I do have to be aware of not listening to music at the same time. I can't do both. That's tough. I think, yeah, basically, people have different reasons for interacting on Twitch, but I can tell you mine. There is only one reason that I will tune into a Twitch stream, and it is specifically the only time that I ever have that I'm not working and have the capacity to basically watch somebody on stream is when I'm just feeling kind of bad. I've got some downtime and I don't want to be scrolling reels. So for me, it's pure vibes and hangout. Like, I don't tune into people's stream to watch them do content. If I want to study somebody's runs or logs, or normally somebody has a YouTube video and I can do that on my own time. But streams are a place for me to hang out. And I do think that the vast majority of people, I guess some people probably watch for gameplay, right? Not a huge I know, I can see that for you, Vit. I am not a huge Chaos fan. I'm kind of chill. How are you, Vit, by the way? I haven't seen you in a bit. This so blue on your follow list, it looked like a part of your PFP when you're streaming together. I think I just Feral Frenzy and gets one more on this fight. It's cool I get to play with him. You know, I've never actually done a key with Banchers. I know of him. I've done a key with Squish, but I have never done a key with Banchers. I'm going to save this for the phase for like 2 seconds. We're going to transition now, maybe. Yeah, this is a cool experience. Kess was supposed to maybe be here as well, but I have played with Kess before, so Kess kind of knows who I am. But you know, for a long time, I mean, the truth is, I haven't been streaming and making content for that long. And I've been playing WoW for a long time, but I actually had a different character name. So what you have to understand is that if you know who I am today, most people don't. I am a simple spermatozoa in the average streamer's ballsack. No one knows who I am. I am a no one. I am one of millions. I have not made it to the shaft. I haven't made it to any notable transaction. So it's cool that I'm getting myself out there and more people might know who I am. But that's a recent phenomenon. I think that there's this weird perspective sometimes that everybody who makes content for WoW is like somebody who's been around for like 10 plus years, you know? Oh, we did. Thank you, Vit. Petri Heart, am I? It's I don't know where I am in that. I did a statistical look at it like just recently. I did do a little statistical analysis, and according to retail numbers purely, I'm way bigger than I think. There are not many creators that focus on tanks, but there's like a ton, I think. Reset? We were about 30 seconds slow, maybe. Should be okay. I think this one's a reset, but if we don't die there and we can get through that, I think we could do it. Know you as a keyboard turning keybreaker. I think you got that going for you. That's true, actually. The thing is, you are super chill. Oh, yeah, we reset this one. Reset this one for sure. I forgot the squish route. I mean, we could do that if we want. I forgot their route. They go left. Fizz Khalifa. Damn. I know your cousin. Well, I don't know your cousin personally. I know of your cousin. I barely play WoW, but I always lurk here. Thank you, Siwu. Well, this is interesting. Let me put it this way. I don't think I know who I am as a content creator. When I first started, I thought I would make only guides. I really thought it was going to be a very technical thing. Like I didn't plan to be a content. I never saw myself like that. I was just like, hey, I've been playing this game for a long time. People don't seem to know these kind of basic things. Like, let me just help you out. Like when you heal this pack, know this. Because I was a healer for a little bit. And then I was like, when you tank this pack, just know, like, this is how you do it. And I was just going to make very simple stuff. If you look back at the oldest YouTube videos, they were like 30, 40 seconds long about the Guardian Druid rotation on the first boss of City of Threads and Grim Batol. Like that, I mean, that really was all I did for a little bit. And then I just posted runs. But what I didn't realize is that I yapped during the runs. So I would post like a plus 18 mother load of this or whatever it was, right? But then what I didn't factor was that I was yapping during the runs. And I remember one time in particular, I was yapping and in the middle of a mother load, which I thought went well, so I shared the run. At first, I was talking about the game, talking about the route, narrating what I was doing. And then somebody was like, where's your wife? And I was like, oh, yeah. So we got divorced. And I started talking about divorce for like maybe 5 or 10 minutes. And the divorce was fresh at that point. I was a lot more wounded. So anyways, I posted this run, and then I woke up the following day, and there was like a bunch of comments, and they were like, so sorry to hear about your divorce. And I was like, what? What are you talking about? And then I realized that I had accidentally, in the middle of that key, started ranting about it without actually, like, I had no idea. So, yeah, that was funny. I recall you timed this key with a standard W. Yeah. Literally talks to himself on deciding what spells he uses a certain time. No one really does that. I found someone else who does that. Interestingly enough, Coco. Damn, this run felt good. I hope everybody enjoys this. This is pretty much what happened. Coco, randomly, I found a streamer a few days ago who definitely plays a little differently, and his personality is quite different. But it was like listening to a fucking mirror. It is. I've never heard it before. I've never heard anyone narrate to that degree. And then I thought to myself, I was like, holy shit, is this what I sound like? I never heard, but it was somebody. I found him just a few days ago, and I was like, wait, shit, this is just me. Worst QA. Name was Worst QA. Because like when I'm focusing in a season, I do that a lot more. To be fair, right now, I'm hard chilling and I'm not really paying attention that much. So I'm not narrating what I'm doing, more about life stuff. But I think that my evolution it's so weird to say content creator, but I think that my evolution is, it turns out that I'm very passionate about certain things. I am mostly passionate about human decency and joy. Joy in particular. If that makes sense. Straight up. I just want people to enjoy their life and experience things and be able to see what I see and what I've learned to see. I probably am more passionate about that than any other single thing that I could consider. And it turns out that our relationship with gaming is also impacted by this. I don't know if I added him. Can he? I'm going to list and he can apply. I don't actually know if I've added him. And so that has been the transformative part for me, where I'm realizing if I stream and it's a day like today, just as an example, the only thing I care about is being myself and being able to talk. When we progress next season, I'm sure I'll do the narration for these keys and whatnot, and that'll be a focus. I am going to push keys next season. I don't know to what extent. I'm assuming like a 1% extent instead of try to push for 0.1%. Early on, I'll go hard because I like going hard early season. But then the season is weird because if the season comes out at the end of August, that means I'll go to BlizzCon and then I'll be in LA for like a month. That's going to be weird. I want to do an experiment. Talk about the Thunderclap bug on Warriors tank. It's been up for a whole season. If you speak about it, Blizz will fix it. Possibly. What's up, Jack? The Thunderclap bug is the range bug, right, Petraheart? We don't know Captain Hot Dog. Dude, Captain Hot Dog. They haven't announced it. Sometimes I want my girlfriend to be the captain of my hot dog. Yeah. Is 3425 a respectable IO? Aluso, listen to me. What's up, Chad? No, listen. Oh, is the lose 30% only fixes swap back to Colossus and swap back? Most Warriors don't do that. I am not familiar because I haven't played Warrior. I only have played it on beta or PTR. My Warrior is not geared. I did not gear my Prot Warrior. I only did 10 to 12s, thinking I might actually push for like a relative, let's say like 20s on the Prot Warrior this season, Petraheart, but I ran out of time. No, I'm not a PvPer, Mr. Chad Gentleman. I am not a PvPer. I'm a strictly PvE type player. But I will say this, Aluso. Listen, this is important, and I mean this, okay? There are way too many people who play World of Warcraft. The variance is insane, but listen to me. Did you have fun this season? That is the question you should ask yourself. There is no such thing as a respectable IO because it's very individual. Did you have fun this season? Did you challenge yourself? Did you grow? Do you feel triumphant? That's the question. And that is the only question that you should ask. I messed that up by saying triumvirate. Now everybody's thinking about seat, which is a less fun example of this. Yeah, I know, Cheeky. I did it. I said it as I was saying it. I was like, damn, what a good clip. And then I was like, rip. It would have been a good clip. But then I said triumvirate. That would be like me saying, if you ever feel like you haven't had a good season, I just want you to hit yourself over the head with a batol. And you're like, wait, Grim batol? And I'm like, no, I've messed up. such a healthy attitude. It's the only thing that matters. And it's just, I do enjoy, I just don't like AA. You know, that's absolutely fine, Aluso. I think a lot of people might have that. But look, the truth is, right? This is a game. That's it. That first and foremost. That's it. The second thing to understand is how you interact with the game. But the first thing to understand is that this is a game. At work, if people ask you for a performance review, that's fair. If you're worried about getting fired because you didn't have a respectable work performance, fair enough. In game, you should not have to consider that. It's a weird scenario that you found yourself in if you constantly feel as though you need to prove your own existence in World of Warcraft. That just ain't it. That it can't be that. There are some people who thrive off that chaos, as we talked about with Touchpad Warrior in the podcast a few days ago. There are some people who thrive in that environment. But for the most part, I do not think it is healthy. I think absolutely we all need to take a step back and a breath and examine how we play. Currently, I am in this key with Mr. Banchers. He's 4256 IO. He plays with a very cool team. He is unique. The way he interacts with the game is not the way I interact with the game. I hope he had a great season. If you come to me and you say, hey, did Banchers have a nice season? Is his IO respectable? Comparison is a thief of joy, because you know what? There are some people who have 50 more IO than he does. And yet, here he is. So does that mean that his season was bricked because there are some people who have a 1 key level on him? If you look at the world, you'll probably and statistically never be a world ranked player. There is always going to be somebody who has more IO than you. It's an inevitable factor of playing this game. And so instead of thinking to yourself, is my IO respectable, you should just think, did I have fun this season? It is ultimately the thing that matters, because guess what? What about next season? Like, you have to consider that, really. What about next season? Are you going to compete in the same way? And are you only going to have value next season if you accomplish the goal that you're trying to accomplish? What is it that motivates you for playing this game? I really think that that's a strong question you have to start asking yourself, because if we're not asking ourselves the hard questions of what actually motivates us to play and enjoy our time in-game, then we are in trouble. We're heading toward a precipice where you cannot recover people's relationship with WoW once it crosses that threshold. And that's somebody, and I believe that competitive players would also agree with that, for what it is worth. I don't think that's like a crazy, unique, niche, casual take. Like, I genuinely believe that the more you think your whole value and your entire season is dependent on you hitting a number in game, the worst product that we are going to have very soon. If that makes sense. What's up, In the Little Love? I like your Twitch name. That's a good Twitch. That's a good name. But that's just a rant. That's just a thought process, and I do think that we have to be... I think that somebody needs to talk about it, and I think that right now the community is so split on this one, where it's like, hey, either, and it's like one or the other, either you're a casual who believes in what I'm saying and you play the game for fun, or you're competitive and you are hardcore. And it's like, that mentality, have fun. You know who benefits from that? You people. And it's like, whoa. Also, I was supposed to save my incarn, but oh well. It'll be fine. Does that, you know what I mean? My time is flip-flop from when you stream. It is mostly just because the time difference is crazy. I started streaming a little early today. I wasn't actually going to stream. I was going to rest today. But it turned out that I was asked on Discord if I can do this, though. Nah, it's okay. It's harder because the comp that we're playing with did not kill them very fast, and so I had to... I don't know if you noticed that, Popo, but I had to deal with those bleeds for a long time. They were They were alive for a little bit. I'm unsure if you quite noticed how long I had to deal with that, but it's okay. For me, again, everybody's got their own relationship, and there I should have boom. I've missed a lot of globals this fight. It's okay. Everybody's got their own relationship with WoW. Right now, because I have zero desire to push any higher than I have this season, I finished my keys in May. I did this 21 back when like we had 6 less items. I had to work a lot harder before. I'm kind of chilling right now. I just want to make sure I help my healer by making sure I'm topped because my warlock is in critical danger right now. So we need to absolutely kill this branch. Otherwise, he's about to die in like 2 ticks. So we're going to stack here, and then we're going to hopefully get this right. Oh, see that? That was the last tick right there. You know what I should have done to help with that? I should have Feral Frenzied that. If I had Feral Frenzied it, it would have died before he was going to die. I've had to remind myself a lot of this season. So I'm in this weird crossroads where I'm not sure. I have 70 stacks. Oh my god. I actually got your result 21 and 22 because of your I'm glad that has helped. But I do less damage because I use Gloom. I think that the bear damage, you will almost never break, even at 22s right now, Little Love. I don't think that that should matter too much. It should not be a defining factor. Although this key right here might be a defining factor purely because if you see, we have 2 people with 2 stacks of the bleed. So I'm not quite sure how my healer is managing this at the moment. If we survived this, that would be kind of insane. But for aggro reasons, and he's at 8%, I'm going to have to incarn. I'm glad that my videos help. There is a weird pressure that I'm feeling right now for what it's worth. I am a competitive-minded player, and I don't want to pretend like I'm not. Like, I am not somebody who could really right now play Classic with no goal and no direction. I don't know, for example, how people like GTA. I'm not a GTA because there's no direct. I don't know what to do. If I log into a game like that, I don't know how to just enjoy my time. But god damn it, I'm almost 30. And I feel like I should learn. Do you ever feel like that, Scar? Do you ever feel like I gotta figure out how to chill? Like, I seriously think I gotta get better at relaxing. I've noticed that recently. Because I've really been enjoying streaming. I've been enjoying my rants. I've been enjoying my perspective on things. I'm having a good time getting the chance to talk to people. I'm saying, recently I've had this absolute sort of, well, excuse my language, but I've had this absolutely fuck it mentality where my girlfriend's very happy about this, but mostly it's because I was starting to get into a bit of a trap with algorithmic thinking, where it's like, okay, some people like my YouTube videos, that's super cool. What do I post? And then I was thinking, well, I want to make sure I post the perfect video because now I want to make sure my quality goes up and, people like my video and I want to make sure I got really good videos. And I was starting to get into a trap of like, well, I'm not going to make any videos then because they have to be perfect. And I always have been the sort of person who literally just starts stream or hit start record and then I just post it. I've never edited. I've never done anything like that. And I was like starting to feel a little pressure about doing this. Now, I probably should, but recently, last week, I was just like, nah, fuck it. And I was just like, I'm going to record this video that I have talking about the 1% title at the gym. And then yesterday, I was like, I've been thinking a lot about whether you should re-roll to the meta tank. I had a conversation with Shaw about it. I had a conversation with Kyrasis yesterday about it. And it's like, we've been having this, and Season 2's around the corner. People will be thinking whether they should re-roll or not, etc. And I was like, well, I don't really have time to sit at my computer. I didn't even turn on WoW yesterday. And I was like, wait a second. I got to walk to buy my lizard some worms. Why don't I just record it then? And that's the mentality that I've been having recently about who I want to be as a content creator, quote unquote. And it really comes down to I want to be able to just talk. Honestly, genuinely, not in a scripted way, not in like I have to make this video perfect sort of way or anything like that. Just straight up, let me just put myself out there and here's what's up. So yesterday I was just walking down the street of Thailand and I was like, here's what I think about the bet. I have a tripod thingy now. I'm at 15 stacks of this, so I'm going to SI and not die. You know, I don't know. Maybe this is a bad idea, but that's kind of what I've come to the conclusion of recently, though. What's up, Big Grizzly? I'll come to the conclusion that something that isn't fun isn't worth playing. I think that it's not just the game that's changed, Skardolf. Bro, I think it's us. In the little love. May I ask you, you don't have to answer this exactly, but just general question. How old are you? Like age range. You don't have to answer it specifically. Just give me a range. Because much of the game design for World of Warcraft should account for this. You're in your early 20s, so you're a youngin'. I would not be surprised if you were one of the younger people playing World of Warcraft right now. As crazy as that sounds, I would not be surprised. I actually think the average age of somebody who plays WoW is probably 30. And for like 2 minutes, but keep it up. Oh, thank you, Stave. Life's all about perspective. I think that it's easy to lose sight of that, Stavvy, just because the world is stressful. And as we get older, you know, you have to learn about taxes and whatnot. Like, you just have more responsibilities. Some people have children. Some people have jobs or responsibilities. I've got a real job. And so if this game stresses me out, and every time I log in, I think to myself, oh, man, I have to play WoW today. Bro, that is the weirdest mentality. I just, and it's crazy because that happens. On the surface, if I tell you that in those words, you're like, no, duh. It's a game. You shouldn't play like that. But check it. Check how many people really seem to just, gotta play WoW today. It's the weirdest thing, especially in the higher end of the 1% and 0.1%. 0.1% in particular. It's the weirdestly, it's the relationship that people have with keys at that level is, some people have a team and there's a different goal, but I think that people are on the cusp of getting the 0.1% title the last few weeks of a season. If you tune into any streamer who's right on the edge of it, like that would be what, Razil 22 right now, pushing into 23s. I think that's where the 0.1% is. Dude, they're not having a good time. They are actively having a bad time, in fact. It looks like they're just in misery. Like, I don't know about you, but I've noticed that. And it makes me wonder, is it worth it? Is that what we want from a game? The more I realize the world isn't about what happens to you and how you react to it, that I would agree with. I would very much agree with that. And I believe that to an nth degree, Stave, I will say. There are some takes I have about this that are not shared by everyone for what it is worth. Spec-based IO would have problems. You can't solve any issue in World of Warcraft without addressing the fundamental parts of why the community has developed their relationship with that issue. And this is the one thing that people are missing from the conversation in general. If you like the raid changes coming in Season 2, then you can't really understand the perspective of somebody who doesn't. But what's missing is context. It's not about how this impacts the player base as much as why it impacts the player base. If you think about the meta perception in WoW, everyone can agree that it's bad, and it's definitely too much. Like, the fact that people will be looking for an Aug Evoker for their plus 10 is stupid for all of those who understand that that's not a good decision, but does exist. And the question is, how do we solve that? Like, what can we... we don't have a res. A little quick reset. Quick reset it is. Quick reset it is. The reason the meta is a problem is because people feel as though they cannot waste their time. Think about that. When you play WoW, you cannot waste. You have to progress. But why do you have to progress? Why is WoW only about winning? That's a question. If that makes sense. That's why I think that that's a fundamental relationship that we've all had with gaming that has changed. And that's a better conversation. I got all your 19s done by week 4 and stopped playing. I think it's good to just set goals that may not be exactly what Blizzard tells you the goals are, like the 1% or the 0.1%. And I think that it would be, I think it's good. If next season Guardian is like the worst tank, but I decide to play it, I mean, if it's truly in the bin, maybe I'll be competitive-minded enough to swap, but realistically, I'll probably just make Guardian work. And if that's what ends up happening, if the goal would be plus 23 and I end up getting plus 21, I'd be cool with that. You just have to accept it, I think. I'm 0.1% Prot Warrior. That's crazy. That's like, there's only a few people in the world, I think, who are going to be getting 0.1% as a Prot Warrior Petraheart. That's a lot. That's a very cool accomplishment. Do you have friends that you play with? You got a team you play with? Because you invest money in this game on a monthly basis. You want the most out of it in a short time. I seriously think that if I told you that you're going to spend $15 in the month and the goal is to relax, chill, and waste time, but it will make you feel better, you'd be like, dude, $15 for that? I'll find the money. Like, the idea that you pay for a WoW sub and therefore you have to compete, that's a weird relationship, because you pay $15 for Supergirl and the Odyssey. You pay more than $15 for those. And that's 2 hours of entertainment. World of Warcraft is dozens of hours of entertainment, potentially. But it is entertainment. And you don't go into the Odyssey thinking, if this movie is the absolute worst thing I've ever seen in my life, you don't feel completely slighted. I guess a little bit. But it's a little bit more okay to... I just think that WoW should think about how entertaining it is. And how people engage with that entertainment. I am not saying I have the perfect take. I'm also sick a little bit today still and trying to do stuff. Why are you in Thailand? What's up? Hello, people. I was not clear. I'm not in the 0.1% overall. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. I was going to say, I feel like there's only... How many Pro Warriors are getting 0.1%? Like 2? It's an investment. I would agree that WoW is an investment, but 1. It's literally 1. Yeah. Yeah, sure. He should be... I think he's okay with that. These takes that I have about WoW, they are not reflective of everyone. And I wish more people who streamed and made YouTube videos or content were willing to say that. My perspective is one of many. One of many. It is just a conversation, because I don't have a proper answer for why and how they should fix all these problems. I am not a game designer. If you let me design the game, I will probably mess up. The coolest part of WoW is that there are 100 different ways to enjoy it, and it's endless content. The hardest part of WoW is the fact that there are 100 different ways to enjoy it, and it's endless content. That's tough. How do you design the game so that a housing main loves it? People who get plus 10s and portals love it. People who never do Mythic Plus love it. People who collect love it. People who do Mythic Raid love it. And also people who compete for 0.1% title love it. How do you design it for everyone? It's a little bit of a kiss-curse thing that you have so many people who love the game. Because if you take this perspective and you go full on into that, then all these people get upset. If you go full on here, then all these people get upset. But I do have takes about this. I can be empathetic in terms of the fact I can get out of my own head and have a conversation with you about what I think they're doing and why they're making those choices and et cetera, et cetera. But I do have a take. You're just not going to like it. Like if I give you my full on opinion that isn't, this would not benefit me. Let me put it this way. It's not for me, and it's not for anybody who pushes keys. But my thought process with World of Warcraft is pretty simple. The way that this game lives and survives is based entirely on how many new people we can get to play the game. At some point, you need to get new players into WoW. And that is the worst part of World of Warcraft. I actually think it is astounding how bad WoW is as a new player. So much of what's actually fun about this game, you only get to experience when you have already been indoctrinated. As in, if you think that Mythic Plus is super fun, in order to do Mythic Plus, you need to get to max level and then also know what Mythic Plus is. And there's no advertisement for WoW that actually says, by the way, this is what Mythic Plus is. All of them focus on other aspects of the game, which I don't think, again, is like terrible or anything like that. I just think new players don't even know that they might enjoy raiding or Mythic Plus. I might die here in a second. We killed the wrong one. That's going to be 4 stacks. Oh, dude, that was very lucky. Was that a Bansher's pet taunt? There is no way that he's that good, is he? I mean, he is that good, but did he... I thought I was about to get 4 stacks there. Did he just taunt one of the Lashers with his pet? How did I avoid that 4th stack? Because I was ready to figure something out. Did he have the presence of mind to... Did you just pet taunt that? Out of curiosity? I don't think so. I think I just somehow... I think it might have just been a 0.2 second delay, but I swear it got... He did. Oh my god, he is good. Holy shit, he is so good. He is unbelievably good. He did pet taunt it. Wow. That is such a heads-up play. Wow. I mean, that's just an incredible play. You don't see DPS like this. Okay, listen. Everyone talks about, and it's obvious when a tank is bad at a high level, and it's obvious when a healer is bad at a high level, but I don't think that people understand just how good DPS are when you're playing at the level that Mr. Banchers is playing at. He pet taunted the 4th stack because he saw that I was going to refresh and die. What type of DPS player understands that that's what you do on that situation? Like, you very, very rarely find DPS players who are that good. Wowee. I know I was in the middle of a really good rant for WoW, but that was an unbelievable play. The timing to get that right would be... That's like the old Necrotic Wake Hunter thing where you used to taunt the guy in the Necropolis. Like, you would have your survival hunter just sacrifice their pet or use the turtle to live the hit because otherwise your tank would just die. But, I mean, what a heads-up play. Because you have to do it on the exact one that would actually... that means he's aware of what stack counts I'm at. Which, again, is just an unexpected delight. Because most DPS players don't even know that there's a bleed on the first pull. That is such a cool play. All right. Somebody... We're going to make sure that I have to go back and clip that and just use that as an example. It really is... Like, that saved the key right there because I'm pretty sure I would have died. And that's just... It's very hard to find people who are that aware as a DPS. Very cool play. What were we talking about beforehand? Now I'm just here. Damn. I made a video. Oh, I was going to give you a very controversial spicy take. Okay, I remember what I was talking about now. So this is the spicy take. Oh, we should get that branch out. He would have died before. He's going to get this off. We're going to kill the boss. That's pretty good boss kill time, actually. That's good boss kill time. Yeah, we just kill him here, and then we're good. Yeah, that's a good kill time. All right. All right. The way that high-level players in World of Warcraft figure stuff out, I don't think you should design the game for them. I think that part of the joy of being, and I could be wrong about this, this is where the take starts to get, let's call it questionable, all right? Let's call this a questionable take. But I believe that many people at the actual liquid level, echo level, MDI level, Banshers level, etc., really enjoy figuring out kind of how to break the game. As in, they're going to take this competitive level of design and just bring it to a degree that could not be factored. So part of their enjoyment is coming up with very creative strategies to literally break the game. Does that make sense? Where they're going to figure out they can pet taunt the first pull to enable something on that pull or whatever it ends up being. In other words, you can't design for them even if you wanted to. They are actually just that good and that creative, where the goal of the design is not to make it fair for them, because it will never be fair for them. I think that the goal of design should be how you get people into a +10. I genuinely believe that you should factor that in, and the decision making should be very much, how do we get people into and onboard them to the end game process of WoW, where then they can figure out how to optimize, what to understand about secondary stats, what to do here, what to do there. Like, I genuinely believe that the right solution for game design is appealing to those players. And let's call them the casual to addicted pipeline, where you need to find a way to make the game very appealing, which does not mean to reduce it to the simplest level, because challenge is fun. Like, it's not a problem to be challenged, but the challenge has to be fair. If Dark Souls was 3 times as hard as it is, no one would like it. It would not be a legendary game. And the question then is, around what level are we talking about? I would say right now, I'm going to argue it's probably between +12 and +15, which is the right difficulty level for keys. I would say it's around there, where if you don't understand what you're doing, you're going to die. You have to learn it. You have the feeling of progression, but it's not overly punishing. And I also believe that the mechanics that feel overly punishing could be fixed. As in, first pull Alcathar Academy, remove the bleed. I can deal with it. It doesn't affect me. You've watched me deal with it several times. I am chilling. When I say that this should be designed differently, it's not for me. I play PTR and beta. There was a guide on my Patreon before the season even started about exactly how to do the first pull of Alcathar Academy as a Guardian Druid. Global for global. It's the same thing I do right now. And the Adepts in Skyreach. There was, again, like, all of those really difficult things to solve as a tank. It's not, they shouldn't design it for me. I'm going to do PTR testing and beta testing and all sorts of things. So my experience with how I interact with that mechanic is just not going to be reflective, because what happens is if a tank dies in Mythic Plus, everyone has a bad time, especially on a Lust pull, first pull of the dungeon. Like, that's the worst time for a tank to die. Can I get the 1% too? 1% is going to be interesting, to say the least. I'm curious to know how that goes, if that makes sense. And so, what's our timer at right now? We need to be at Croft by 10 minutes with this comp. A 10:30 Croft might just be a reset on 21. Now, there are other options. We could lower it to 20 and do it there. How are we feeling? We try? Actually, here's what the cutoff's going to be. I'm 4 times 20s. I really think it's going to be 21 Brazil. I think that the calculations did not account for human behavior. In my opinion, it's going to be like a thing like this. Wow, how do I make your buttons bouncy? Hi, Equinox. Oh, I couldn't resist actually saying that in the... I don't know if they'll listen to that feedback, but I couldn't resist. Bartender... I'm using bartender for my bars, and then it's bartender animation. Pretty sure it's just called bartender animation as the bouncy thing. That's what I'm pretty sure it is. Were you here for Bansher's Gigo Play, Equinox? Yeah, you're welcome. I think the calculations do not account how hard it is to find 20. I think that the calculations don't account for the fact that I'm going to help my friends get it. I think it's literally that simple. Because, first of all, buyers are not the reason that the 1% will get inflated. It does happen to the 0.1%. But the buying it with gold culture is going to be extremely different because a 21 is a fundamentally different key level to try to help people get than a 23. Those are two extremely different levels. They don't sound like it, but it's very different. Never feel my controls good enough to do the 3 lashers pull. What the 3 lashers pulls demands of you, Popo, is a tank skill that is very difficult to develop without extreme levels of practice, reps, mastery, and just in general understanding stuff. What's the top 1% right now? It's about 3,900. I think it just got to 20 Brazil. USA is at 38, 85. There you go. So now it's 20 Brazil, which means very soon you start seeing the 21s getting timed. So you're going to see a jump when people end up getting 21 Pit, 21 Magisters, 21 Mysara Caverns, like the easier 21s. And then the debate is, does it involve a 21 Algathar Academy? Does it involve a 21 Seat of the Triumvirate? Those keys are much harder for those are the hard ones, especially to pug. So that is going to be the question, and we'll see. We don't know what the answer is for that right now. I think Seed is the hardest key to pug as well, and I also think it's just the least fun key to do. Like, I think Seed of the Triumvirate. Do I hold this Combat Potion and Feral Frenzy for burn? Probably. Seed is easy when you get the right people. The timer in Seed is not the hard part. I think it's I'm the EU. Yeah, EU is probably going to be higher, but the idea is because of how Brazil works, you will see a cap. Oh, I almost off-healed that. There is a fundamental cap for how high this will go. Whoops. I'd be a pretty big nosedive until the patch is announced. I think that you're going to see the opposite just because of how Brazil works. I think that the Brazil is what really drives at Equinox. And this is my thoughts on the 21s, basically. Yeah, so 21 will look like this. Right now, you get to the Brazil 20. From this point, there's going to be a spike where people get the easier 21s. Then it's going to slow down a lot. And people will assume because, mathematically speaking, you're going, okay, if it's only going up by 5 points now, then it's only going to go up by 5 points. But the second that people identify who has the 21 Brazils, you'll end up degenning those last few keys until eventually you get it. And then you will. I do think that the 1% will include that. It's a question mark, but if you get 21 Brazil and you're pushing for the 1% and you have passion, you have la passion, you have the motivation, then you end up getting 22 Magister's Hairs or 22 something. 22-1. You get 1 or 2 22s. So I think that the title, if I had to assume right now, is going to be something like 4,030. 4,020 to 4,030, something like that. If I had to guess. But it's a question mark. 1% gets the 1% gets the, what's it called? The mount. It's a very cool looking mount. I don't think I can show you in game right now. It's a pretty badass mount. I already got 4 22s and don't have Brazil 21. Yeah, that's the other thing that could happen, actually, is that you end up getting some 22s without this, though. I'm chilling. Chilling. 21A, hard key. Where's Bubble? My Peton didn't save you. You saved yourself. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I was like, bro, I saw that happen and thought you did it. Like good old necrotic wake days. I thought, okay, so his Peton didn't save me. I was wondering about that, though. Okay, okay. The Umbrella Champion title. So, you know, I'll give you a cook if you want to cook. I'll give you a little bit of a spicy take here. The 0.1% title is the most lame reward for almost anything that World of Warcraft could give you. Yet, it is absolutely degenerate in terms of how exclusive it is, how much people care about it. A lot of people, it is their pride, their joy, their bread and butter. It's basically their cinnamon churro, funnel cake, deliciousness. Like, it's so valuable. But why? Why? No one plays with friendly neighbor. I don't even know who's using any title. Okay. What? Okay, let me ask you a question right now. Without hovering over any character in this key, what title are they using? I don't know. You don't even know what title I'm using. There's a title I have, and it's my favorite title. There's a title which I actually remember going to get on purpose, and is probably my favorite thing that I have. You don't even know. Nobody cares. I mean, the people in the community care, I guess. But the idea is, what drives people to spend months and months and months of their life on this? It's a good question. I think it's an actual good question. Somebody asked me, by the way, why my Druid form changes every time I go into Bear. There's a glyph you can get on the auction house. It is extremely cheap. And you can do it for any Druid spec, but there's a glyph of the Ursile Chameleon. It is not expensive. It's like 60 gold, and it will automatically change your form no matter what you're doing for Druid. So like glyph of the Ursile Chameleon, it's like 70 gold. Each time you shapeshift into Bear, it'll choose from one of the Bear forms you have. It's completely random. So that's why every time I go into Bear form, it gets this. Because Mythic Plus is the game. That's another good question, though, Self. Is Mythic Plus the main game mode? Tettles made a video recently. Came up on my feed. I watched... I didn't get to actually finish it. The video was the game mode that saved World of Warcraft. Okay, if Mythic Plus saved World of Warcraft and is the main game mode, why don't they tune for it? Why do they tune for Raid? I feel like they still view Raid as the main game mode, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if I'm right on this, but I swear they tune for Raid, and then Mythic Plus is like an afterthought. Why not? The answer, in my opinion, is the answer to the 0.1% is personal achievement. It's a personal progression. But there are weird things that happen, Purple, when you attach personal identity, personal progression, personal anything to a game. It's a slippery slope. I think you will get, if I make you feel FOMO and give you the anxiety and the pressure of engaging with the system, I'm going to get you for a short period of time. But I believe that human psychology works like a little bit of a rubber band. And it's 2026. And I think that going into 2027, people are going to be fucking pissed. With respect, sorry. Language. I try not to actually use language like that. Let me make my point more eloquently. I think that people are going to have a massive backlash to anything that makes them feel like they are forced into doing things, because more and more our world is going toward that direction, and more people are getting looped into it. Even though they know they shouldn't be looped into it, you're still getting looped into it. Like, I tell myself all the time, I really should be on social media less. And lo and behold, I'm on social media a lot. You notice that? You notice how you do that all the time? You're like, I really should do this thing, and you just don't do the thing. But I think that at some point, we are going to progress toward a level of frustration with that. And if World of Warcraft is in the firing line, people are going to be craving more and more. Simultaneously, they're going to want something that affirms their real life connections, but also want something like OSRS, which has nothing to do with that whatsoever. Like, I think that people want and crave relaxation because everybody is so stressed nowadays. Like, oops. Did he get hit by those flies? Oh, that's a reset. You just reset that real quick. Reset. I think if somebody dies first pull, you just reset. So why do they tune according to raid? That's a good question, ECB. I do not have a perfect answer for you. I have a conversation. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't actually know either. But I have a conversational point. Not an actual answer. How about that? Conversational point is this. I think that Blizzard believes that raid is the cornerstone of why people play, not where they spend their time, because I think the statistics are pretty clear that Mythic Plus, more people engage with it. But I think that they believe that anyone who interacts with raid is hooked. I think they think that raid is like such a great experience and so unique to World of Warcraft, because there are other games you can play with 5 people, but there's almost nothing like World of Warcraft raiding. Man, you know, like it's so good. And I believe that they think that they're going to hook people into their game with raid. I think that that's a little bit off. I think it used to be like that. But I think that the problem is we're all a bit older. I genuinely believe the issue with raiding is very simple. It is fun. The access problems to it just don't align with the average age of WoW players. If that makes sense. Let me pin this, by the way. I've been meaning to do this, though. I think that they need to experiment more with myth, like the flex rating Sporefall, but I also think it's not... I have a feeling that it's a one-boss rating was also really cool. Maybe raid was peak content a decade ago, but I barely know anyone who raids. There is selection bias. Keep in mind that if I make a video, and on my YouTube channel, I make a video, I actually mentioned this directly to the feedback channel, where I had mentioned I made a video on the loot changes happening in Season 2. There were 1.4 thousand comments. Most of them were very negative about the fact that Mythic Plusers will be forced into raiding for power and, you know, just general items for Season 2. But I also acknowledge that there's a massive selection bias. I make Mythic Plus content. I don't really make raiding content. So if somebody is a hardcore raider, they're probably not interacting with that video. And that is a massive factor. So if you say, for example, Tommy, on YouTube, you said, I barely know anyone who raids, probably because you don't. There are many raiders who go, I don't know anyone who likes Mythic Plus, but that's just because that's not how they interact with the game. So a massively important thing to realize is that on the interwebs, selection bias is a massive factor. And god damn it, in 2026, we really need to know this because pretty much everything you see is tailored for you. Algorithms are very smart and they're only getting smarter. So I hope and pray that we all develop a little bit of critical thinking skill. You gotta have, trust me, you're gonna want to develop some critical thinking skills going into 2027, which is kind of coming up. I was thinking about how late in July it is already. You gotta realize that I like social media. I spend too much time on InstaWebs and whatnot, and the TikToks, and the Facebook Reels. It's so goddamn funny and just it tickles my brain in a way that other stand-up comedy specials on Netflix do not anymore. So I'm on there. But I also am very presently aware of just how much that is specifically tailored toward whatever they think I'm going to like. But I'm also a very weird person. And you want to know one way that I'm weird? Yeah, dopamine is a hell of a drug. But it's beyond that. You want to know why I'm really weird? It's not a fetish. It's not that far. I wouldn't go that far. I love interacting with counterpoints. So if I believe something inherently, like I have a very passionate take on an issue that's divisive, I love watching content for the other side. I actually think that more people do that than you might realize, but it creates a very weird relationship with social media. Because, like in World of Warcraft as an example, I want to watch a video with somebody who does not agree with me. I already know my thoughts. I don't need to have somebody confirm it again. Like, I'm kind of stubborn and independent. So if I have an opinion, I don't need anybody to reinforce that opinion. It's already reinforced. I want to know the other side because I fundamentally believe that people are not like malicious or hostile, or there's a reason that they get like that. So if somebody does not agree with my perspective, I want to know why. Yeah, I think that that's actually not super random, but like no one ever talks about it and maybe how interesting and how much I really think that people do this thing where they don't realize that. I don't think I'm alone in this. I actually don't think it's that weird, to be fair. But the point is, when it comes to World of Warcraft, you just have to understand that not everybody is interacting with it like you are. And I hope that I can, with the podcast that I want to do and that I have been doing, highlight these different opinions. I want to have an episode where I talk to people who mostly interact with housing. I think that'd be super cool. You know what I mean? I think it would be really cool to talk to people at a competitive level. What if I got Banchers on the podcast at some point and got to ask him about questions like, what is it? Tell me about competing in the MDI. I got to do that video with Shindig where I got to ask him about his MDI prep and his competitive format and stuff like that. What if I could get Liquid Max on the podcast? That'd be really cool. And like, I would ask him all sorts of questions. What is your relationship with WoW? Where's the how do you stay passionate after winning the Race to World First and leading Liquid? I mean, like, what do you enjoy about gaming? Tell me your thoughts. Like, I want to know. I think it's really cool. You get to interact in a way that I do not. And so that's kind of my passion. I had loose threat there. The second set was my bad. I was hoping for a leg sweep on the second set. I was like a second off my thrash, so you can see that there's 10 stacks here. I'll be fine. He'll be all right with spin to win, too. That was my bad. Housing player is kind of sad now that it's a bit over. So I want to know. What's up, Verox? So I want to know, though. Yeah. I feel like there are a few people I would love to be able to talk to, although remember, I am simply an afterthought for them. It's like when you go to a dessert cafe. You ever been to After You? You know After You? Man, what delicious food. But it's kind of like when you go to After You and you get a little bit too excited. So you order the toasty chocolate Nutella delicious, and you're like, damn, this is really good. So you eat that and you're like, wow, that was unbelievably delicious. And then you order another thing because you're a little overzealous and you think to yourself, got it. So I'm going to order the third thing. And then you order a bingsu and you're like, okay. So the bingsu at that point is an afterthought. You probably shouldn't have ordered the afterthought of the bingsu. And the point here is I am the bingsu for a lot of these people. I think it would be super cool to eventually talk to. I have some people I would really love to reach out to, in particular, Dratnos. I feel like Dratnos and I would get along very well. Like, I think we would be friends. I don't know him in real life. I've never actually gotten to talk to him, never got to meet him. But I have a feeling that Dratnos and I would get along. He just seems like somebody I want to be friends with. So it would be super cool to talk to him, but he does not know I exist. Like that type of person doesn't know that I'm the bingsu. I'm the afterthought. I want to be the toast, but I ain't the main dish. And I'm not that delectable. It is so prevalent. A lot of people are just really bad at arguing. So let's go back to that because I think it's a much more interesting point and I got derailed here. Putris, let me answer your question first. What do I think the 1% will be? I genuinely do think it'll be around 4K. The question is whether it's just below 4K or just above 4K. And I think that if it gets to 3990, then basically that last resil will be obtained. And then effectively the 1% is going to be 4020 to 4030. I genuinely believe that that's where it's going to be. I could be wrong. That's maybe an overstatement. If anything, I would be overshooting it. But I have a feeling it's Resil 21 with 1 or 2 22s, or maybe not the last 21, which is just going to be hard to get, and it's going to be all, like, just some 22s. I'm not sure exactly, though. Keep in mind that this is just a prediction. Okay. In terms of arguing on the interwebs, I think that the fundamental problem we have nowadays is that people walk into arguments with the intention of winning. Now, granted, this happened before, too. It's not like it's a new phenomenon. But people walk into arguments and think to themselves, how can I win? And that's a really weird thing, because actually an argument, that's a different mentality than saying, I want to understand why you're wrong. You could think like that. And even if you were aggressive, and I'm making a joke here, but even if you walk in and you say, look, I'm right, you're wrong, but I want to understand why you're, that's still a better perspective than just thinking, I'm going to win. Like, I don't need to beat you into submission. And anyone who has that communication style, I do not enjoy talking to. There are people who do it without realizing they're doing it, and they're just bullies. Like, that's kind of like a very bold bullying mentality of just saying, I'm going to keep attacking you until you just give up. And it's like, they're not there to talk to me. They don't even care what I say. The only reason that they're listening to me is specifically because they're trying to win and prove something to themselves. There is zero productivity happening. And I know that because I used to do that. When I was in high school, I had no self-esteem. I had just survived the childhood that I had, which was a very weird childhood. And I basically was raised in different boarding school environments and this, and I was sent away from home. And I felt like I had to prove myself, and I felt like there was no real value in my existence, etc. So I was like, you know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to work super hard. I'm going to be valedictorian of my high school and this and that or whatever. I genuinely needed to prove my validity in this world. I felt like a burden, and I know where this all comes from. But you know what I did? I used to be very contrarian and debate people because I needed to be right. And I was good at it. Sometimes I miss it. A little bit. Little something in the back of my head that just misses it a little bit. Because I used to be willing to really like hurt people in debate form. Because I needed to. Because I needed that self-esteem boost. Like I understand where it comes from. Yeah, they aren't really listening to you. They're just waiting in line to give you their rebuttal. But rebuttal is actually a pretty nice word here. I don't know if rebuttal is, that's too eloquent. A lot of people, if they go into a conversation feeling like they need to prove something to you, it's a red flag for that conversation. If you didn't know this about me, I was married before. And I learned this very much in my, it came to a head in my marriage, basically, where I really have a specific conversation style that is empathetic in nature because I don't like arguing. And if you have a problem with me, I want to know why. There have been many times, and you can see how many times this has happened, actually. Have you ever been here? You don't see any. I think it will be, but I can't be certain. Blame CDN. Have you ever been in my stream when somebody comes and gives me one of those comments where they're like, yo, woo, I've seen your YouTube videos and you fucking suck? Have you ever been here when that's happened? It has happened. It's not been once or twice. It's happened a few times. Maybe more than a few times, actually. I don't think it's the selling that's going to inflate it, Equinox. I don't think it's the selling. I think it's the friends. That's why I have a prediction that it's going to be a little higher. It's not how many people buy it with gold. It's literally what I am doing right now. I wasn't even going to log in and play WoW today, but I was asked if I would come do this. I am only in this key to game with people because 3 people in here need it. And I think that way more high-level players with Resil 21, Resil 22, Resil 23, etc. are going to get really bored. And they're just going to be like, let me just ask the guild who wants the 1% mount. Because it's going to make you feel very good. It's going to make everybody feel very good. And the super spreaders have yet to occur because many people were still pushing for their goals. But the second you're secure in your goals, haha. Like, Equinox, you don't think you're going to help? I mean, I think you've told me, actually, your perspective on this, so maybe not you. But you don't think that people in your guild or something are just going to basically say, hey, the season's almost over. You want 21 AA? And then they're going to get you 21 AA. I think it's just going to be that simple. I think it's going to happen a lot. I think it will change the pattern a lot, but I do understand that's the counter argument there. Kind of weird example, but Terrence Howard, Steelman, it was cool. He was 1,000% wrong, but he was able to translate. Yeah, the super spread, I don't know if it's already happened. It's going to happen, in my opinion. Like, it started to happen, but we'll see. We'll see. We have had the max. I haven't even, by the way, I don't even have my max folio. I never did the last part. I had to even log in and get my folio a few days ago. I'm being lazy with my timings on this boss. Could do way more damage. In terms of arguing with people online, I wish for the people who are engaging with this, Edgar, ECE, I want to keep talking about it because I haven't actually gotten to tell you my real perspective on this yet. I haven't gotten to tell you, I think, the thing that might matter the most. And I think it's if I could make a video and it was okay, like, I don't know if it was or is not, I want to experiment at some point and really consider it. I wish I could post more mental health videos or just perspective videos on my YouTube channel. I think that I'm sort of limited by the fact that I only talk about World of Warcraft. But no self, if there was something I could share, it would be this. Good morning, Ollie from Denmark. Our timer was okay there, although we're pushing it a little bit. But we need to make sure we live was that the second overlap? That was the second one, right? Not the third? I think this timer's a little bit too tight with the comp. 15 is not bad, actually. If I immediately res, then we survive. Do we try it here? 15 is not terrible. 16 is the point of no return. 15? Possible. I don't know if we can. I would have to do some stuff. I feel like we're going to double the bridge. There's going to be a few things that happen here. Number one is I have to double. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to pull the Ravager pack yet. I don't have aggro on them. You're supposed to go grab the bridge and then this. This is going to be really rough. That was a bad gather. We also remember we can't do the skip. Oh, we have a warlock in here. I did not clarify if he does or does not know the skip route. We're going to have to do this, and then the question is, do I have to triple pull Vex in this platform? I'm not comfortable doing it with this comp. I can't trust that that's going to go well. And it is something I could die. Oh, I died. That was a bad gather. It's my fault. I lost focus. Sorry. We can't... I was going to ask you, by the way, do you know warlock skip at end? I forgot to ask. That's my bad there. No. That was 100% on me. I just missed my lunar beam. That was a second off cooldowns there. Battle axes. Let's do that now. We can't until we kill Vex. Or W route though. Yeah, I think that was okay. That was pushing it a little bit. I think 15 minutes after Croth is okay. Kind of okay. Half my guild is trying to convince you already to consider reroll from your Druid tank next season. I think Bear is actually fine on PTR. To be fair, PTR testing for Guardian Druid in particular is a little bit weird. But let me tell you my perspective before I forget. I'll tell you something about Guardian in a second. I've been playing Guardian on PTR. It's actually okay. People were testing previously no Apex, and that was an issue. So the statistics for Guardian on PTR is a little bit weird. I have another option, which is, do you want to drop this to 20 real quick? Is this all homework? Okay. Deco, do you want to keep going with this? I think Bancher said he might be done. He's going to go PvP. Fair enough. Brew's the way to go. Trust Fund and Stagger. Okay, well, let me talk tanks in a second. But in terms of arguing with people online, if you are the sort of person who appreciates learning the opposite side's perspective, you might not realize that the reason you are okay with that is fundamentally the people who are not okay with it view the other side as bad people. And I do not inherently believe that human beings are malicious. I think that there is a reason why people do what they do. That's simple. If you have the most wild, most aggressively volatile, terrible takes, in my opinion, you are not a bad person. Something in your life led to this perspective. And that is what we're missing. That's the part of the conversation that we are really fucking bad at. Because so much of debate nowadays is, I'm right, you're wrong, and by the way, you're also a terrible human being. It's like, you're not, that's not how that works. And it's tough. It's a difficult concept. It's not actually an easy concept to discuss. But I really wish if there was one thing I could share, it'd be that. It'd be to understand that the people who are arguing with you, maybe not let them, but you know what I mean? Did I say that right? It basically just devolves into ad hominem character attacks. Never forget that a few days ago I posted a short and somebody did not like that YouTube short, and their way of understanding, for what it is worth, by the way, their way of understanding how to interact with my short, they didn't like that, okay? But the way they chose to say it, they left a comment and they were just like, "You suck, this is why your wife left you." And I was like, the fuck? It was a short about boomies. And I only mention this because it happened a few days ago, and that's the exact type of thing I'm talking about, where if people don't like you or don't like your take on something, all of a sudden they start attacking you instead of your take. You see? Like, I think that that's the problem. Yeah, I was like, what was the reason? I was like, you could disagree with the joke, and it was a joke video about boomies, but like, What? How is this related? I deal with people being very often upset with me tanking. I have A in seat 21 for Zil. People are very malicious towards me for small mistakes. Skelly, absolutely. No, I mean, I live with my girlfriend, but I was married before. And I've talked about that on stream. But holy shit, that's a crazy thing to say. What's up, G-Dub? And so that's basically what's up. Waldo Rogue is out here. Wait, where's Waldo? Ah, it do be like that. Skelly, there are two ways to handle people who are not cool with you learning as a tank. My favorite way, and the proven method of being sarcastic, is just to say, you tank. But the second thing that happens, actually, is a more honest take, which is there's a lack of perspective between tanks, healers, and DPS and WoW. There's a lot of communication errors where people don't realize what tanking actually means. Like on that pack, I died in that last key. I have done... Actually, I've had 21 AA in my bag. So yesterday, not yesterday, 2 days ago, I was in 21 AA. I have tanked this how many times now in the last little bit? I have played it near perfect. And if I remember correctly, I have bricked 2 of them at this point. That last one I bricked because I did the quad battle axe pull and I wasn't paying attention. I should have Typhoon on that global or got my Lunar Beam and Frenzied Regen up faster. So I made a mistake. All right. In the 20 attempts that I have done in the last little bit, if 18 of them go perfect, but 1 or 2 of them go bad, many people would be like, bad tank. It's like the expectation on tanks being perfect all the time is really fucking rough. Also, if you don't know who Equinox is below you, he is actually, he's an Omega tank. So whatever your IO or your relationship with high-level keys are, no self. Trust me, Equinox has a higher technical IO of this. But the idea was, all right, yeah, no, I mean, I still stand by my take that Boomy should be deleted from the game. I don't get peer pressured easily. There are people who believe, and this is fucking crazy, but there are people who believe that that DPSing is harder than tanking and healing in WoW. I disagree with this entirely. Vehemently, in fact. But there are those who believe in this concept. My computer may have just bricked a little bit. You can just ask people. They say, but you don't understand. I can't get hit by a puddle. And I say, I do understand. That's literally your job. You cannot get hit by a puddle. That's unfortunate. I don't know how you will do this. When I had the flu, I started playing my Ret Pally. All right, I guess we're done for now. We can do a few more of these if you want, Deco. If you want to do like 1 or 2 more, that's fine. I'm here for a second. But this will be a short stream today. Let me just tell Banchers it was nice to meet him. And we'll end the stream together. That was fun to meet, Banchers. I'm glad I actually got to play with him for a little bit. That was cool. I will just tell him, Sanko. And nice to meet you. I'll be respectful. Banshee. New friend. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, there he is. I was just saying hello. Oh, nice. Hello. Hi, Badgers. Hello. Well, hi there. You've come at an awkward conversation. We're talking about marriage, divorce, and some other psychological phenomenon. So it's a little bit of a weird time to come say hi. But hello. Hi. It was actually nice that I got to play with you for once. I really thought that your pet taunt had saved me at one point, and I was just blown away. And I was referencing that although fundamentally DPSing is not nearly as demanding and as hard, in my opinion, as tanking and healing, the difference of a DPS who plays at your level and actually has the awareness of also having healed and tanked is crazy. Because I swear, most DPS players don't even know that there is a bleed on the tank in the first bull of Algathar Academy, let alone would consider trying to taunt for me, just as an example, you know. You're a Giga Hunter, and so you would think like that, because it has happened before where that was a very helpful thing to do. But, oh my god. You know, maybe play with an Aug, so I have to pet taunt that. Yeah, so Anima slashes, but I was thinking even the famous one was more like Necrotic Wake. Just, I remember the Necropolis and Necrotic Wake. I'll do a few more. But thank you for coming to say hi. I was saying, all right, we were talking about arguments and whatnot. When people argue with each other online, it bothers me that we are more and more progressing toward a world where, let me stand up for this. I should move a little bit today. I'm gonna stand up before I make this take again. Observe. If my computer bricks, then you know what? My computer bricks, because my wires are tied to an extension cord, which is currently hovering in midair. Oh well. I believe in the strength of my very cheap internet cables. What? Add-on shows flags for servers? It's like group finder flags. And it just shows where they're going. What do we want? Do we care what we want for this, by the way? I'm chilling. What's his note? This key is Resil, but my spirit is not. Yeah, that's fair. Constructive debates on what could have gone better. Yeah, so basically, here's what's up. I'm trying to cover the same topics, but my head is like, Many people are coming from a place where they need to win that conversation. And so rather than it be a constructive debate, and rather than it be I'm trying to learn from your perspective, it ends up being, I need to prove why you're a bad person, but the other side of that is why I'm a good person. And if you are fundamentally arguing from the perspective of needing to prove yourself, you're going to end up needing to win. Does that make sense? I don't know if I said that right. No, Deco, you list. I cannot focus on 5 things right now for some reason. And I want to go get a snack. I want to order ice cream today, actually. So you can see how dehydrated I am. That's what you're talking about. You should get married one day, Banchers. My first marriage did not go well. I was married when I was younger. I ended up getting divorced. But the concept is there. Holy shit. I can't say anything. This happens to my brain. Time to move. Time to move. Sometimes what happens is, it goes like this. The brain starts braining. And then I try to make points. But because I'm dehydrated and feel ill right now, basically the point of the point ends up being the fact that it's a pointy point. And then the point goes further into the direction of it being a pointy point. I really want to share something, but my brain connections don't connect. It's the right hemisphere, the left hemisphere, the back right, the left right, the this right, the that right, ends up being a pointy point, and my brain becomes mush. That is what's up. So anyways, my thoughts on this subject, I will tell you another day. I must accept the fact that I have zero ability to convey what I am trying to convey. Have basic, decent human empathy. What's up, Enlil? Hello, goobers. Yes, let's progress toward gaming talk. I agree with you. SpongeBob SquarePants goobers. Yes, let's do that. I agree. Let's start cashing out. Let's be a normal gamer for a second. Yes, psychology. What's that? I only know how to win. This is the conversations that losers have. Yes, let's keep going. This is the right perspective here. I agree with you completely. Now that I think about it, I am never wrong, and all of my perspectives are very right. And on top of that, if you don't agree with, this is crazy because this is actually some people's first impression of me. And if you don't, I'm going to continue with it. And if you don't agree with me, So be it. It must mean that you are a wicked human being. I'm sure you sin in your free time. You probably read 50 Shades of Grey. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm trying. It's not braining right now. What have I come into? So here's the thing. If you came in the last like 60 seconds, it's certainly going to be an interesting first impression. I have made worst first impressions, so it's not the worst thing that's ever happened, but I'm just letting the thoughts happen like a conveyor belt giggle. But you see, here's the problem. There are two fundamental issues here. I will tell you these two issues. No, it's not ASMR. I can give you ASMR, though, if you want. But let me tell you the two fundamental issues first. My humor and the way that I like laughing at this world is I really like observing human behavior and then considering the stereotype of human behavior. So if I identify an archetype, which I find interesting, then the way I do humor is I emulate that archetype and show the irony of it. The problem is that if people don't realize I'm doing it because I like doing that a lot, it almost seems authentic. Does that make sense? Do you know what I'm trying to say here? So, for example, if somebody has a completely different perspective than I do, I think that's funny, and I go look at that, and then I act like that for a second because I think I'm showing them how ironic it is. But if you only interact with me during that moment of humor, you see, then that might actually be your opinion of me because I really like doing it. Yeah? I don't know if that's actually making a lot of sense. I'm trying to make it make sense. So that's problem number one. And yes, I still don't think that sales will have as much of an issue on 1%. I think that the major thing is just wanting to help people get it. I genuinely think that's what it is. Result 20s can't get in. 21s? Yeah. If Deco needs a break, Mango Mist is available. Noted. Yeah, listen, I thought... So that's the thing, Giggle. It's exactly right. At first, if you would come in at that moment where I was sort of emulating that perspective, it is possible that you would have the opinion that I am a giga keg drinking frat boy. That I would understand why you think that. That actually would make sense. That's a pretty realistic interpretation, depending on exactly what moment you have tuned in. If everybody makes 100 alts and no, I think that 1%, the 0.1% is account locked. Yum Burrito. So, for example, if you have 7 characters who get it, it still only counts. It's supposed to. I'm almost positive they made that change a while ago. The 0.1%, it's not like you can... I think the 1% will be account locked as well. With this comp, I swear you just do no skip. Probably just no skip. Probably just W, no skip. Yeah, it's account locked. So that wouldn't work, Yum Burrito. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Oh, hi. Ty? It's Warbound. Right. So, Giggle, that's the first problem. Now, the second problem. I'm not lead here. I take zero responsibility for this. I also did see a 4K S-Priest. Is that you, Salty Clams? I would have taken you. I like S-Priest, to be fair. What was I saying? What was the second thing I was saying? Thinking about it. Thoughts on the Sporefall trinket? It's just decent. It's not like crazy good. It's all right. It's probably like within a few percent, 0.1% of whatever else. I'm using it right now because I never farmed out the other trinket that would actually be better for me to use. Statistically speaking, I'm sure there's a better option, but oh well. All right. Now, normally when I stream, because I enjoy this emulation of irony and humor, my problem is that I have to try very hard not to get banned. Must not get banned. Nah, Baldur. The leech proc from the trinket is not something you can depend on, so it's okay. Leech is cool for tanks for sure. But sometimes I really want to make jokes. And I must not do that today. I feel awkward and weird. Okay, so the train of thoughts. The thought happens here. The treadmill of the thoughts, the only way I can do the game and the stream at the same time is like this person is like Jekyll, and then this one is like a Wu. And it's like Jekyll says no, and a Wu says yes, and Jekyll says no, and a Wu says yes, and Jekyll says no, don't do it, a Wu. And I say, yes, I will do it. And they go, oh, you did it. That's basically what happens every time. Can you please give me a rundown of how to tank those 3 packs as Veximus? I actually don't think that it is always the right idea to triple pull the platform. I like the route where I double pull and then I go Ravager with it instead of Ravager with Bridge. If the timer on 22, I believe it's a 22 thing you have to do. In 21, you play this dungeon relatively clean, and I genuinely do not think you should triple pull that platform because it requires a certain level of coordination. And if I have to kite out wildly, I really, you can make it work, but if you are going to make that work on Bear, the only thing to understand is that Incarn does not make you live. It's alternating globals of Frenzied Regen during Incarn, but you must Incarn plus Bark, Incarn plus Lunar, Incarn plus SI, and keep Frenzied Regen ticking on yourself for natural resilience. Those are the main pieces of advice that I can give for that. If I was going to triple pull, it would be probably Incarn plus Bark. It would be Lunar Beam on cooldown. So it'd be probably open with Clever Movement, Incarn plus Lunar. Then it would be Incarn plus Bark. And then I would start kiting. And then I would fill with SI anytime I need to basically walk back into the pack. But it's a get aggro and run type situation because you need to be overlapping cooldowns. It does enough damage to you that Incarn is only a 30% max health for Guardian. It's not actually crazy. Wait, do I need to reset? Oh, I was about to say we have an Auguvoker for once. I can stay in the pack and do more damage. And so Incarn is not how you live that. Frenzied Regen is how you live it. That's what you really want to understand is just how powerful Frenzied Regen is here. Boom. Needs to commit SI right now. But I honestly just don't think you should triple pull in 21. I really think that the timer, we've timed this so many times now, using pretty standard W routes, no quad, Echo Knight at the ends even. Like this route here, I didn't ask if the Auguvoker knows how to rescue. He might, but I didn't ask him beforehand. So we're just going to do a pretty normal route if I get to the end. And with like sub 1 or 2 deaths and a pretty clean run, we just don't have time, then I would consider making aggressive strategies. But a general mentality for tanks, dude, is clean it up, get to the end of a dungeon, and I would much rather lose because I was a little bit too safe than I floor poved. There is a key level where that isn't true. It is not this one. It's not 21. I think that key level right now is probably a 22 or even above, depending on how good your DPS are, which is still a massive differentiating factor. I'm going to hold Lunar Beam for a second. Oh, yeah. We have to clarify with regions, by the way, for 1%. That is going to be a still... I still think that it's going to equate itself, relatively speaking, unless there's an entire Resil live. I still think that NA hits above 4K. I'm not 100%. I do hear the other perspectives, but I just don't think that it is accounting for many of the human factors. I really think that it's going to be higher than that. I cannot say for certain, but if I had to guess and I had to put my money on it, I would definitely not feel safe unless I was basically Resil 21 with a 22. That is what would enable me to actually feel safe. I don't think looking at past seasons helps a lot, and it's just because of how the 1% works. This 21 Algathar Academy, nobody's paying me to do this. You want to run it back? Look at my way? All right, I'm curious. I'm proud of you for getting the 1% salty clams on a Shadow Priest. I think that's pretty cool. We also don't even... That's true. We don't have confirmation. There's no way that Blizzard pulls out like a a rabbit from a hat and just goes, by the way, season's actually ending in like September after BlizzCon. There's no way they would do that, yeah? Like, the season is ending either August 11th or August 18th, right? Right. I don't know, man. I'm a little sus. Does the Augrovoker have Cauterizing Flame for this guy? He might. If there's no way. I mean, the thought is BlizzCon. The concern is BlizzCon. If he doesn't have Caught, he might die. Actually, on the 21 I was able to heal. A Deco can definitely heal this. Let me just dispel myself. If it's September, I'm going to cry. Dude, I don't think the game survives. I mean, it will. That's an over-exaggeration, but I don't think it could be September, realistically speaking. Caught Demon Hunter. Oh, I'm opening character menus here. Okay, he doesn't have Blur. I don't know if we can caught him. Good luck, Deco. He is a Demon Hunter. He might live. He might live. Kill the branch. Kill the branch. Caught the Demon Hunter. Oh, he dead. Oh, he's super dead. Oh, he Omega dead. Oh, yeah, he dead. He dead in like 2, 1, hit blur. Hit blur, hit blur. Oh, he dead. Yeah, he very dead. All right, quick reset. Quick reset. Who's even saying September? I thought August. That's the ideal, right? That is the ideal. August 11th is also a big day for me. It is basically my birthday without it actually being my actual birthday. It's like the day that my life began. Kind of. So here's the problem with the BlizzCon timing's a little weird. The race has to end before BlizzCon. But I also think that the race has to end several days before BlizzCon. Not like the day before, because people need to fly out and prepare, and there's going to be some travel plans, and I mean, people are playing from... Like, the race needs to end a week before BlizzCon. BlizzCon is on September 12th, which means the race needs to be over by September 1st week. I think they're pushing it. There's also the MDI Global Finals are going to be at BlizzCon, which, how do I stream that is a very good question. I'm very excited to capture that. I love the MDI. I love the MDI. I do love me some MDI. I really enjoy the MDI, actually. The race for 8 boss raids are normally only 11 days. But that's pushing it, actually. Like August 18th, if that's when the raid comes out. I don't know. When do they normally announce patches? The season still be going then? Also a weird question. No, the MDI is going to be after the season ends. Very weird. But also, the gearing changes for this is going to be potentially very strange. Oh, possibly. He can reform. It doesn't bother me. Think about it. Most people are just chilling and leveling tunes now, unless you're pushing 1%. I mean, I thought about all this. It does look very sus. This Augrovoker said something to me in Thai. You know that Blizzard actually is not good at catching Thai curse words? I knew this guy. There was this mage in World of Warcraft, and his actual in-game character name was Motherfucker. But the reason that he got away with it is because it was that in Thai. And so nobody ever caught it. Because it was that in Thai. But I recognize I live in Thailand, so I saw him and I was like, yo, Thai? And he was like, oh yeah. And no one ever reported him for it. Because you can't have a name like that. But it was as straight up. It was literally the word fuck X mother. That's what it was. It was exactly that, word for word. But Thai is also a weird language where maybe there's a tone I'm missing. Because Thai is a tonal language. Like, for example, ma, 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 ma are 5 different words. Does anybody here speak a tonal language? I'm going to say something I definitely shouldn't say, because I learned this one just more recently. There are all sorts of things that I'm not allowed to say in Thai. Yeah. It's because of that's how you learn it. Ma, 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 ma. Those are 5 different words, and they're not similar to each other. mom. And there's like horse, mom, dog, this, whatever. Holy shit. You can't catch me worrying about my tone. So you speak Thai. So here's the problem. All right, let me explain this. Depending on how you say something, it changes the meaning of the word. But sometimes the meanings of the words are very much not what you want to say. And you would think that it's context dependent. It kind of is, but not necessarily. I explain. If I was at a restaurant and I wanted to order, wait, stop me if I'm going to ban myself. But anyways, basically, if I was at a restaurant and I wanted to order more sauce because Thai food is delicious, and I'm just like, wow, I definitely want more of this very nice sauce. You know, culinary things in the rest of the world are lame compared to how good Thailand food is. So if I want to order more sauce, and I say, the right thing to do here is, can I have some more sauce, please? Ka nam jim kap. If I say something like this, that makes sense. But if I say it even slightly off, ka nam jim kap. Whoa, those sound like exactly the same thing. They're not the same thing at all. One of those is, can I have some more sauce, please? And the other one is, can I have some pussy juice? It's very strange and very difficult for me to navigate this because I'm not actually a native Thai speaker. I speak English. The only thing that matters is our intonation. And so it's what if they say yes? It's really tough. What if they say yes? What if I'm sitting there at a restaurant and I'm like, wait a second, hold up. That's not what I ordered. And it's a very awkward thing. So I basically just can't ask for more sauce. That's the problem. Are they spelled the same? There's a tonal indication when you write in Thai. You have to mark the tone, basically. Just like any language that's a tonal language. Am I getting a cauterizing flame here by chance? I kind of need to know if I am. If not, I have to commit the next SI. Okay, there it is. Whew. There's a lot of pressure, basically. You have to realize that if I ever, luckily for me, I don't really go out. But imagine I went to the restaurant with my girlfriend and I want more sauce. She's going to look at me the whole time. She can be like, oh, woo? Something you want to tell me? I'm like, no, sorry, honey. I was just trying to get more sauce for you. And she, causing some drama at home. The only advantage to this situation is that if we just had home camera set up like the Truman Show, then we could be like, Love is Blind, Thailand. God, that would be a hilarious season. I like that show. I don't like that I like that show, but I do like that show. The thing is, there are those who are more fragile in their masculinity, and they wouldn't be able to tell you that it's actually a good show. Like, it's a terrible show, but it's a good show. And I am the sort of person who will just be honest with you. I'm going to be straight up with you. I like that show. I have watched way more of it than I would 5 years ago be comfortable telling you how much I've seen of it. It's just great. On my off days, like on my more sensitive days, I also don't like reality TV show. But in my truthful days, I absolutely do. It's absolute garbage, but I love raccoons, and if raccoons like garbage, I figure I might as well just learn from them. Okay, so we're all dead, by the way. Actually, no, we're not. We all cleared our bleeds. Nice, that was good. We are alive. Yeah, you just gotta be careful with it. You just ask in English, by the way. Dude, raccoons are the most cute, menacing creatures ever. Like, I never want one as a pet. How do I pronounce your name, by the way? Fire Autix. Nope, that's not right. Fierce Autix. Fierce Otter. I'm gonna call you Fire. Fire's a good one. All right, Fire it is. Fire. Oh, exotics. Wait, do you have like lizards and reptiles? Do you have exotic pets? I've got 2 lizards, but I need to take one of them to either the vet or back to the place that I got him, because he's been having some issues recently and I can't figure it out. He's a year and a half old, and one of my bearded dragons is just not doing well. I keep trying to basically get him to... He doesn't want to eat right now. He's not brumating, but something's not right. He's been unhealthy. He's had some sort of congenital issue for sure since I got him, because the other one is super healthy and doing great, but he's not doing so well, and I got to take him back soon. They got rid of it proactively too. We all found out it was the lettuce from that one farm because they got rid of it. Wait, hold up. Oh yeah, there was something happening with this. Some person got the parasites or whatever from, what was it? Wait, what's the actual story here, Gymbology? I'm not up to date. I don't live where you live. What's the actual story of the food poisoning that's recently occurred? Cryptoporiasis. Damn. Okay. What was it from? What was it from? Hold up, stun the mobs. It was from Taco Bell? Explosive? Isn't all diarrhea explosive? Taylor Farms lettuce sample tested for... produced the false positive for the parasite. Oh boy, I see. It's one of those. Ah, I see. I thought the whole... I didn't know you could have diarrhea that wasn't explosive. I thought that was kind of just part of... I thought it was just part of it. We don't really know where it came from. Gotcha. Or if it was actually Taco Bell, I understand. So it's one of these scenarios. Explosive meaning you can't hold it. Ah, I see. We'll save this Feral Frenzy. I see. We're at 6:30 after this boss. Normally you're supposed to be at 5.5. I guess 6:30 might be alright. Let's see what our damage looks like on this guy, for example. You know, the thing is... Okay, listen. When it comes to health stuff, Giggle, fear-mongering is a very, 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 very real tactic. Like, that sounds crazy. I'm like, holy shit. Wait a second. Literally, holy shit. It's a parasite that lays eggs in your intestinal walls. That is actually the plot of one of the most sci-fi famous movies of all time. Like, you think that all of a sudden it's going to hatch out of your abdomen or something like this. But the truth is that there are a lot of parasites living there that lay eggs in your intestinal wall, etc., right? Like, that's... Just saying, though, that's actually just part of how the body works. It makes the cells of your intestines not able to get nutrients, which is not the most craziest thing I've ever heard in my life because I have celiacs. And anybody with Crohn's or celiacs knows that's just a part of life. Like, you know what I mean? It sounds worse than it actually is, first of all. That is bad. But we fearmonger our health so much that we must be afraid of everything. And I'm not a huge fan of that argument because the actual things that tend to control our health by measurable metrics don't tend to be very physical. Human beings are incredibly resilient, but we do need to allow ourselves the chance to heal. And if you ever just get so scared of something that you can't actually process it, you will probably have very negative results. Does that make sense? Ashley, what? Mod that. TH, no, mod that. Ashley, all right, hold up. Was that your first comment here? Hold on, I'm just going to alt tab out and see this. I don't have a second monitor. Mod that, please. Thank you. Yeah, that's actually just an easy ban. All right, fair enough. Was that the first message? I was going to give them a chance. I don't like to ban people immediately. Can you unban them? Give them one more chance. Okay, I am maybe a little too forgiving. I never ban people. Don't ban them, just mod them next time, TH, if possible. Can you unban them, just in case they're still here? I will never judge someone for saying the wrong thing without actually getting the chance to understand why they said the wrong thing. Is that something that we're going to be okay with here? Absolutely not. Can you come into a stream and say that? No. But I didn't get any context, and I didn't give them a chance to understand that this is not the environment for that. Fiery Outlaw. All right, one more chance. Thank you. What tank would be the best for boosting high level? Season 2, currently the answer would be Prop Pally, like pretty certainly. Mostly just because of stuff. It is a wild first message, and it's definitely not an okay first message. But if we've unbanned Ashley, listen to me for a second, all right? Okay, I don't know if we unbanned them. Back in the day, played Halo 2. I never really got into Call of Duty. I was more of a Halo person. And I was bad at it. I was young. But I've been playing online games my entire life. I have said things that I hope no one ever finds out that I said, because I would be immediately canceled for something I said when I was 9 years old. Because when I was 9, I thought it was funny. And then when I was 10, I thought it was funny. And when I was a little older than that, I still thought it was funny. There are many communities which operate still like this. And there are some streams where if you go in and you say a comment like that, they're going to not only not ban you, but they would actually mod you and give you, they would be like, all hail Ashley. Mistype, wrong stream. Fair enough. And that's actually, though, that's why I will never ban anybody for coming in and saying something like that, because I need to give you a chance without being sarcastic and more being sincere. I don't think it's funny. And this community in my stream is not a place where people would find that to be funny. But I fully understand that there are places that would. Fair enough? Cool, Ashley? If you would like to hang out here knowing that, by all means, come hang out. You're welcome here. Your first comment. I'm a streamer. I am playing World of Warcraft. Very valid that you might consider that to be an okay first comment. I am letting you know right now it is not. Yeah, we are, by the way, yeah, it's true. Yeah. Gotta reset. This is definitely, we will not time this right now. We are super behind. Fair enough. What's up, Hamoud? Hey, Chris. On YouTube, just on by to say, hey, keep up your content. Love it. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. Sometimes you win, and sometimes you lose. And this is a particular lose situation. It is a particular lose situation. By the way, I think there's an ad playing right now, right? Okay, perfect. There's 10 seconds left on this. Fair warning. Yes. Fair warning. I will take a little bit more time off stream over the next probably like 2 weeks. I want to do more PTR testing. I don't mind helping friends get this 21 real quick. But then otherwise, I will probably try to take more time off stream over the next bit. I will keep up with Patreon videos. And I will make YouTube videos. I will make YouTube videos in the sense of me saying absolutely editing and stuff. Can I find your settings in your Discord? Oh yeah, everything's in Discord. I will update things for season 2. But everything, my Discord has a ton of resources. There's builds, you just have to navigate to the section. So season 1 dungeon guides and routes will just be right there. And there's the routes that I've used for push keys when I was pushing 2 months ago. Some of them might have been changed, by the way, Fire, just so you know. And then there are some weekly route variations. I believe each one has both. And then plus the guide, if I remember that. Yeah, that'll all be there. Just to let you know. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, no problem. No problem. What's up, Econox? I'm chilling. We were at like a 12-minute cross spawn there. You saw, but Salty Clams banger recipes on YouTube. I kind of want to invite Salty Clams, yeah. But we can also change ping. I don't mind. It doesn't bother me. I am chilling. I'm just hanging out. I haven't really paid attention to how any of these keys have been going recently. Do 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 do. Anyways, Ashley, you are welcome here if you'd like to hang out at any point. But don't say stuff like that, because we will mod you, and that is not welcome here. And if you want to make inappropriate references and/or questionable takes, you must do so through innuendos. Subtlety, not sledgehammer approach. For example, if you were to go into somebody's stream and you were to say, wow, I think to myself, I like this person. I want to see if they're single. You don't say, are you single? That would be a bad idea. You wouldn't like that very much. It wouldn't work. If you have any hope of succeeding in your mission, you must apply a fine-tuned approach. Scalpel, not sledgehammer. Do you want to start with something else? Like, everything I was about to say I would get banned for saying, so I can't say any of that. Let me think about this for a second. Hold up, wait a second. Yeah, I've never been in this situation. Let me think about this. Let me hold up. I'm debating. I'm still debating. It's not happening. I'm thinking about it. I'm considering it. I would say something like, can I giggle your cake? No, that's not going to work. Okay. No problem. No. Nope. Okay, it's just basically it's not happening. Everything that I'm thinking, I would just not say anything. Yeah, after considering this for a moment of time, I would say nothing. Yeah, no, it's not happening. So I'm just going to accept the fact that it's not happening, and yeah, that's what I would do. That's the right approach. Just don't say anything. I do remember, Chris. I try to remember. When I ask people questions on stream, I do care about the answer. I have a fucking terrible memory, so I don't always remember, and sometimes I have to ask multiple times. But I am not the sort of person who will ever say, how are you? And want the answer of good. Tell me. If I say, how are you, I actually want a paragraph. We have been cultured and, live in a world where if you say, hey, how are you? I'm supposed to say good, and how are you? And then you say good, and I say, how are the kids? And you say, good. And I say, cool. And then you say, how are your kids? And I would say, I got a vasectomy and I don't have any. And they're like, what? And I'm sorry, they're good. And they say, cool. I'm super, thanks for asking. And then they walk away. And that's it. That's the conversation. I have now made a friend. That could be my best friend. Not really. Point is, I don't talk like that. I'm not actually that sort of person. If I ask you how you're doing, I do actually want to know. I actually try not to say, how are you, as a form of conversational metrics, because I think it's weirdly harmful. You start to learn very quickly that it doesn't matter how you actually are, and to filter your own experience through a lens of superficiality. For what it is worth, I actually am interested. You can tell me if I say, how are you, Edgar? And you say, What I'm really asking you is tell me something that's happened in your life. Could be good, could be bad. You tell me prevailing on the day. Sometimes days are good, sometimes things are bad. You can filter it. Like you have to be willing to filter it. For example, you don't want to say, I got my back blown out yesterday. That was a tongue twister and it's a very awkward one. Holy shit. You don't want to say that. But you can say, I had a great night. Like you can filter it and you can choose how you say things. That does matter. But fucking tongue twister, goddamn. But the point is, if I ask you how you're doing, you are allowed to tell me. I need more than a minute, Rye Cinnamon. Feel Sag, Saint Death, don't worry. There's still time. There's still time. And a good chiropractor. This is just, he's not a duck, he's a penguin. Mostly, yeah, no problem. Thank you, Skardov. Have a good night. This guy right here, I mostly use him for the sensory. This is like one of the best sensory experiences of all times. I love flapping ears. If I ever got a dog, and I will get a dog at some point, hopefully soon, the first thing I would want to train the dog to have very desensitized ears so I can flap them like this. This is the best sensory experience of all time. Right here. Look at this. Amazing. It's like a stress ball, kind of, yeah. It's just this. This is the best thing ever. Just like this. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, when dogs' ears do this, they're the best animals ever. Recently, and if you've been listening to the last 10 minutes of stream, I apologize, probably, for something that I said. I'm not sure what it was, but it was something in there. I have found myself in a very interesting position and predicament. I am a genuinely sincere person, but I have a pretty sarcastic sense of humor. I worry sometimes that when I present that sense of humor, it is not received well. Like, I do like joking around. But if I were to post a video or a YouTube short and I was like, worst spec in World of Warcraft? Goddamn. Never play boomies. Worst spec ever. It's a joke. Clearly, it's a joke. I'm just joking. I mean, I kind of mean it. There's like half truth to it. That's why people think I'm being 100% truthful. Because there's a certain level of truth to that. But the point is that many people would be like, cancel him. And I'm like, it was a joke. Yeah. What do we want for this? A Lust class and... yeah. Which one? I would just take Devourer and Shaman. Yeah. You could also do that. That's actually fine too. Yeah. The first key I ever timed this with was a Prez Evoker, double DK, and Devour Demon Hunter. That is actually what I timed this comp with originally. Don't overcomplicate it. Just W route. I mean, technically the skip at the end is helpful, but no, I don't think that's true, Deco. It mostly just means that you don't have anyone to heal. It makes it easier for you, and you could just DPS. But if you take multiple of them, they kind of infringe upon their damage, though. That's why normally you don't stack like this. Anyways, I hope my stream is entertaining for people. I do. I don't know what I'm saying half the time. What's up, good evening? I swear demon hunters are just patterns in this key. I mean... There is a concept in World of Warcraft that's kind of difficult to talk about because if you exist, it depends on where you exist on the spectrum. It either doesn't affect you or you are a high level player. You know, Banchers came in earlier, Equinox has been here. A lot of times when you're a high level player, you may not realize that the problem of access is not something that you have to contend with in the same way as other people. If a DPS is very good, and they're also not a dick, they are almost certainly higher IO than what you're queuing for right now, and may have been scooped up by a team. So there's a little bit of selection bias stuff that happens where if you are pugging for the 1% right now, and this is a key that you need for the 1%, the person that you're playing with is almost certainly not the one that you want to be playing with because they would already have done this. The best way I could explain that is something like this. There are exceptions, there are generalizations, this isn't true for everyone, but really good DPS players are hard to find. And if somebody had invested in this season enough to be a very good DPS player, you are not finding them queuing for looking for Group 21 Algothar Academy. They are doing 23s with their team or higher. Maybe 22s, because those are harder. And it's a frustration that people who are trying to get the 1% feel very strongly. People who are more established in the community and have friends lists don't feel this as much, and they don't realize. And then people who are below that point, it's RNG anyways. But there is that limit right now because of the 1%, where you have this range of it's a high key, but it's not the highest key. And the quality of the person, you just don't know how much they've invested in the season and if they're using the one button rotation. You know, blame CDN. I was on 22 Pit of Saron and the Ret never freedomed himself. Yeah. Most Rets still don't actually understand that they can not only freedom the Gargoyle, but they can also help with the Cold Wraith dot. Fun fact. Also a thing that is impactful to know. Yeah, you can also help your team with the dot that is tough to heal. Or like the chains and Seed of the Triumvirate. Yeah, most people don't know about that. And that might surprise a lot of people at the higher level because of course people know, but actually it is something very common. There are such a small amounts of the community. I think they're worth mentioning because ultimately their perspective trickles down. I don't think they should design the game for the 1%, or even, sorry, the 0.1%, and that the small section of the player base who plays at that level. I don't think they should design the game for them, pants. But it is unequivocally a large portion of what the community interacts with, which is problematic and not great. Because I talked about this with Kyrasis. There's a podcast coming out probably next week with Kyrasis. You know who Kyrasis is? I got to talk to him for like an hour and a half. We recorded an episode for the podcast a few days ago, every Saturday. So last one was Touch of Bad Warrior. This one's Kyrasis. We talked about this, where he is literally the top Blood DK in the world. And his way of playing the game is pretty unique. And we talked about whether or not you should be copying and looking at what top players are doing and how you can parse through that information a little bit better. It was a very good conversation. I think a very worthwhile conversation. I hope people learn from it. Because if you got to see his UI, if you got to see his thought process on things, eventually you have to be individual on that. But DPS diamonds in the rough, it's very hard to do. You can find them, but then the ability to even understand how to find them is hard. Is there something pinned right now? I forgot to pin it earlier, right? What the no? Hold up. I will be streaming less over the next few days. I wasn't even going to stream today. The chair shenanigans begin. All right. So, do you think I can do the key 21 Algathar Academy balancing on this spinning chair that definitely won't fall and I absolutely won't die? Do you think this is a good idea? If I stand on the chair like this, do you think I could do this key? It's not stable. It's like $40 from IKEA. Just to clarify. It's an idea. What if I do the first pull? I'm going to do just the first pull like this. If I die, clip it. Don't let my death go. Don't let my death be meaningless. At least let me get like 10,000 views. I would feel bad if I didn't. I would curse myself from the afterlife. I've got this. I just have to be very... Wait, what? Is it? Oh. Whew. Yum Burrito, you scared me, actually. I was like, holy shit. What did I do? Thank you. Yeah. I'm just going to squat down a balance. I can do it. It's not that bad. I've got fair glute strength. What's up, Daedalus? I can do this. I can do this. We're going to do first pull Algathar Academy, no Aug Evoker, no Cauterizing Flame, absolute gaming, while I am standing on a chair that is $40 from IKEA and has next to no positional stability. So all it takes is one weird motion, and this key is bricked for IRL reasons. There you go. No, I'm not going to die 5 stacks. I've got good threat here. It wasn't the best. It wasn't the best. It wasn't the best. I'm going to click my Sundering Roar because it's not actually bound to a keybind. It's big thrashes, big frenzied regens, big thrashes, big thrashes. There we go. I don't need a reset yet. It's only a 21. No need for a reset here. Just big thrash, big frenzied regen. I've got no cooldown manager enabled, so I'm just going to overlap at the end of Incarn here. There's that. Boom. And then we've got Bark plus Lunar Beam. And as long as this pull dies on time, it won't be a problem. There you go. Nice. I already managed to reset because we killed one of the lashers. There's literally no problem here. Because we killed the right lasher and my group is actually decent. It's pretty random with the pug, but I don't want to be classist or anything, but oftentimes when you try to pug with Aug Evokers, they just do less damage. They're hard to play. Aug is not so easy to play right now, so when you don't take an Aug Evoker, it's amazing how quickly things die. I'm just going to burn one SI there. Okay, not bad. No reset needed. Pretty decent, pretty decent. All right, the question is how long can I hold this squat position because my neck is also tilted at a very awkward angle. Aug is actually very difficult to play well. People think that you're a passenger princess getting carried, and you can be because you can't see your damage, but to do good damage on an Aug is hard. Okay, my legs are starting to shake a little bit. I think that I should get down. Oh, the boss is going to pull. Boss is going to pull. Wait, okay, so I'm kind of locked in for this boss now. I've sort of made decisions now. Wait, I can get off the chair. I got it. Okay. Dude. Prot warriors hate me right now. Holy shit. Prot warriors are really not a fan of me at this moment in time. All right, nice. Easy. All right, I think we win this key. What if this was the key that got this entire group Brazil 21? Careful, careful. Cleanse your bleed. Uh-oh. Is he a dwarf? He is a blood elf. Good luck. Don't press shift there. Shift is next. Well, lucky for me, I just caster cursed it, and we're definitely not timing this because I don't know how he's supposed to live without anything up for this next set of overlap. If you miss your cleanse, you need to make sure you have defensives on the second stack of bleed, or he's just going to onk. But he is super dead. He's not dead yet because my healer is about to make a plan. However, he is omega dead here in a second. I'm going to give him 5 seconds from this point right here. It's 3 more ticks. 1, 2, 3. Oh, nice job, nice job. My healer just omega. He just saved his life like crazy. Good for the healer. Well played. Respect, respect. Because otherwise, the only way he would have lived previously would be shaving shift. Yeah, I'm using mini CC. I kind of wish that, I mean, I miss Omni CD because I actually do play all the other specs as well. And I enjoy being able to see what's happening in a key, probably more than I actually care. Yeah, I can try to show you his talents. Okay, I felt that in my knees earlier. I'm too old to do some fancy chair tech in the middle of keys now. I mean, I'm pushing 30, man. Isn't that crazy? When I was younger, I didn't even think I would push 20. And then I got to 20 and I was like, this is the craziest thing that has ever happened to me. And then I got to 25 and I was like, there's no way. I was like, you don't know my genetics. I've got all these problems. My kidneys failing, my organ this, my da ba da da ba da ba da da da. And now all of a sudden, damn, I'm pushing 30. I gotta stop saying never have I ever. I gotta, eventually, you have to just realize that never say never. I've beaten the odds at every turn. I mean, I was earlier. I have certain quote-unquote degenerate diseases. Degenerative as in they get worse over time. They're not supposed to get better over time. Yet, although I have had a recent flare-up, I avoided surgeries, and technically speaking, I am getting better as time goes on, not worse. So, yeah, I'm not dying. I'm actually doing well today. But it's something I had to contend with. When I was younger, they were pretty vocal about the fact that I just wouldn't have like a long life. Like I had less of a shelf life than Twinkies, and they were not shy about letting my family know because they were like, hey, you just need to prepare yourself that we might be able to save his life short term, but long term is a question mark. And it was like one of, like in the medical dramas, except that the doctor wasn't sassy like House, so it wasn't as cool. But basically, it was like they take the parents to the side and they're like, hey, little Timmy's got a 3% chance of success. I don't know what my actual chance was. I'm pretty sure it was higher than 3%. But like I just had a lot of issues. My lungs didn't work right. And my kidneys had this and my liver or whatever, like just like certain like internal problems, as well as eventually the diagnosis of a connective tissue disorder, which probably led to most of that, and some other things. But we didn't know when I was younger. We just knew I wasn't right. We just knew like I couldn't go to school like the normal kids. I wasn't like everyone else, but we didn't really know why. Now we do, and it makes a lot more sense. Hindsight's 20/20. But yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons that I'm weird. Like, I really feel like people, unfortunately, as much as you don't want to admit this, we are products of our environment. When we grow up in a specific way and we're exposed to different scenarios, like if you grow up in a house where everybody yells at each other, you're not going to like that. But for what it is worth, you will probably learn that yelling is the communication style of how you get your feelings across. So now when you grow up, hopefully you end up in a situation where people are willing to sort of show you that yelling is not the best way to make your point. But if that's how you grew up, I'll never judge you for it. If you were to come in here and be like, a woo, da 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 da, I would just view you as a passionate person. I wouldn't automatically assume that you're a bad person for coming and yelling at me because I have no idea the environment that you grew up with. There are pros and cons to that. Again, hopefully there's a certain level of emotional intelligence where you learn that that's not a good, productive way to communicate, but goddamn, I wouldn't, it's not a fair expectation. Most people don't have access to 20 hours of cognitive behavioral therapy to work on these issues. That's why I also always give people a chance when they come into stream and they say something that I'm like, whoa, that's not what we say here. I'm always going to give them a chance to realize that if they want to hang out, this is just not the place for that. But what I was saying was that when I was younger, I had all these issues, and a lot of the things that I learned, and the real advantage, and pretty much the only advantage, I could probably come up with a few more if I'm creative, but the main advantage of having chronic illness and being sick pretty much all the time is that you learn skills if you survive. Like, if you can make it through, you get checked psychologically, whereas many people don't actually receive that same level of check until they're 60. And then when they're 60, it's much harder for them to develop the skill set of processing how they're feeling. And so they can be very unprepared, whereas me, I went through all these things when I was really young, so it's second nature. Does that make sense? We're a little bit behind timer right now. What's up, Sauerkraut? Dude, your name makes me want Sour Patch Kids. I sort of miss going to the movies and getting Sour Patch Kids. It's not an excuse at the end of the day. No. I'm not saying that I'm not saying the behavior is justified. I'm just saying it's explainable. And the quote that I really like, it's not my quote, but it's never attribute... What is the quote again? Hold up. Never attribute malice to something that could be stupidity or something like this. I don't remember the exact quote now. Where it's just like, if somebody is an idiot, that's probably why they're being malice to ignorance. Yeah. It's just the idea is sometimes people are just stupid. But that doesn't mean they're bad people. Dude, we're like a minute behind. It's a reset. It's a reset, to be honest. 1 minute behind. Why are we so far behind? Actually, we're like very behind on damage. You can't get to Cross with 11 minutes on your timer. But why? I mean, our ancient split wasn't crazy. The sentry being a minute 30 was kind of rough. I'm not sure why the timer feels this bad. I mean, I'm playing a little lazy, but not that lazy. Oh. This is kind of weird, actually. That timer feels this tough. What? I meant to pin this. If you like stream, check out the WoW podcast I'm doing. The quote is never attribute malice to something that can be explained by ignorance. Yeah, that's a good quote. That is a powerful quote right there. It is one of those situations, as I was explaining earlier. It's very hard to find. It's Hanlon's razor. Is that what it is? People have this hurt mentality or toxic too, as in hurt people hurt people. I think that if people go through a genuine level of hardship, the only realistic emotional response to that, if you want to heal, is that you don't want other people to go through it. I genuinely do believe that. And the immature, immediate response to it is that you want to hurt other people because you want them to go through what they're going through, what you're going through. So if they go through what you're feeling, then you don't feel so alone. And that makes sense. However, I don't think that that's I think that's an easy answer. I think that the answer of healing is definitely more like you don't want other people to go through it. Where? On the first pull? I have to kite first pull. Actually, I didn't even kite first pull. First pull, I mean, I cannot do anything else to get that better. We could try it 1 or 2 more times. But then I'm going to go. I probably won't do a long stream today. What's the circle looking buff? This one? Old Augment Rune. I have both of them. I've got the Dreambound one for 5 primary stat, and this one is 6 primary stat. Any sufficiently advanced incompetence is indistinguishable from malice. Fair enough. Although I still... The fact that we are so willing to accept that just because you're in pain, it's almost okay. Somehow. I do not agree with this, but I really believe that there's almost a mentality of that it's okay to hurt other people. Because it's just the human thing to do. It's like, you got to give people more credit than that. People are a little bit more, they've got more in them. But information is a big barrier. I'm going to take some salt 1 second. My head, man. What's up, Tuff? Just came across your channel recently. Thanks to you, I've fallen in love with your Guardian Druid. Nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I think I made a video recently, like I made a 16-minute rant video. I meant to post it for YouTube members, I forgot. On Patreon, talking about my genuine thoughts about Guardian going into Season 2 after testing PTR a bit. I think it's decent. I don't mind what they've done with it. I hope that we'd not see nerfs coming forward for Guardian, because if you like Guardian right now, I have a feeling you're going to like it going into next season. It's a balance. But please do not do something. I think they're going to do something with Guardian, and I think it would be a very bad idea. I genuinely believe if they do, I don't even want to tell you what I think the nerf might be. I explained it in the video. It would be so bad. Also, I can't pronounce the next part of your name because I'm not really allowed to say that, but I agree. No matter the hardship somebody else went through. There are so many psychological concepts, and normally I'm super happy to get into them. But I have no thinking right now. The thinking is not thinking. And so instead of trying to have this conversation, which is not going to reflect my actual thoughts on the matter, I would be casting a wand into weird into the air, and it wouldn't work because I don't have the mental capacity. I am like 5% here right now, and 95% of me wishes that I was floating on a like I was just chilling. But I don't feel chilling. I feel like I'm I didn't explain that very well. I feel kind of ill, but I'm ignoring the fact that I feel ill by playing World of Warcraft. But then I'm also live on stream and talking to people. By nature of how I am as a person, I don't like making small talk, so we end up talking about things that matter to me. But the problem is that as I am talking about things that matter to me, therefore I want to provide my actual perspective on those topics. But sometimes I just am tired. And I'm like, listen, man, I've seen a lot in this world, and I really think that at the end of the day, this is what people want. My brain is tied between explaining to you what it is that human beings are after and answering with starfish. And you're like, why starfish? And I'm like, because aquatic animals. And you're like, but what does aquatic animals have to do with this? And I was like, I was just thinking that I really want to refresh my aquarium pass. Like, I haven't been to the aquarium in a little bit. And you're like, but I thought you were talking about what human beings want. And I was like, oh, yeah. So anyways, the part of the human beings that we need to understand is that we're all really just trying to do the same thing. Like, we might have different perspectives on it, but dolphins. And you're like, dolphins? And I'm like, yeah. So I recently learned about the dolphin mafia. And you're like, the dolphin mafia? I'm like, yeah. So the interesting thing about dolphins is that the dolphin mafia is here. I'm aware that you got aggro. I literally and physically could not be doing more damage. It's just an enhancement shaman thing. You know, I'm aware. I apologize that I did not manually taunt this. I'm feeling a little sensitive right now, apparently. We have to reset if somebody dies on the first pull. Don't worry. I know. This was not an attack on me. But if you are... We're going to reset, by the way. I'll die. If you are an enhancement shaman and you die to the first pull, while I am doing 750k DBS, and you say, I got aggro, I am aware. Don't worry. I know. It's not your fault. I know you didn't get hit by a puddle. I am aware. Do not fear. I am presently aware of your situation and the dire circumstances of your death, and I apologize. But you don't have to say it. No problem. It is still wild to me that both enhancement shamans and rep pallies can rip if they're not immediately careful about that. And I could have taunted the main target. Just chilling too. I've not been able to get into a damn 21. It do be tough. Yeah. Just give me a second. Yeah. Because of how their damage works. No, not you. The enhance. Get on the wall. Have I tried that build without Apex on PTR? I was playing a lot of no Apex, but in terms of playing Gory Fur with Raze, no. That is exactly what I really strongly pray, Wizard, that they do not force Guardians into a Raze playstyle for Season 2. It won't. It's not good. It's not good. I'll make a whole rant about this soon. I will make an entire rant about it shortly. But I think that would be bad. I need my leggings, man. I've got... I don't know where they went. I think Bear needs a rework. Do you think so, Alba? I don't know if I agree with that. I actually think that more people like Bear right now than they do than not. I'm not saying everyone. I'm saying most people. I think there are many Guardians who wish that there was a bit more complexity in the rotation. But one of the main things to think about is this. Let me put this on. Might help. Raw. Right now, this iteration of Guardian is the simplest, probably most straightforward tank that we have ever had. And people still die and mess it up a lot. There's still a massive damage differential because many Guardians don't understand how to min-max and nuance this current rotation. It's not as punishing if you don't min-max it, but it's interesting that it still exists right now, and yet people want more complexity. Does that make sense? Because I'm worried. Like, if you're struggling with this version of Guardian, and we make it twice as hard, and give you 2 resources to manage, that's not going to work. You're possibly looking to help viewers. I'm probably not even going to be on retail very much unless people specifically ask me to. I happen to have 21 AA, and this healer happens to want 21 AA, so I am here. That is it. That's why I'm here. Look at this, another shot or two. Hi, Rob. How's it going? You're Rob from school. You think 40? So, Joey, I think that you're going to be looking for 122. I think you get Resil 21, and I think you want 122 to be safe, and then if it ends up going to 222s, you can get that last key. But that's what I would do, personally speaking. Bad players rerolled Bear because how simple it was. That certainly doesn't help, although that will happen anyways. The statistical... What happened with Guardian and Brew this season should actually be studied. It is probably the best example of how strict and crazy oppressive, and I would use the word oppressive, that the meta has become in World of Warcraft. It is kind of insane where we're at now with meta pressure and whether or not you should reroll or not. I mean, I made a video yesterday talking about the 2 main reasons why you shouldn't, and then basically why you should. Just taunting. Yeah, I mean, you don't really need to heal me on this first pull. Only at this point. As long as I don't mess up on this first pull, Guardian is pretty good at this. It's not like I can't ever die, but I am mostly chilling. I think Guardian is the best tank for this. Yeah, I mean, I know. I mean, I could die if I messed up my rotation. And my Mistweaver is just spinning to win, so I'm getting healing, but... What's up, Laura? But again, there's a lack of rotational knowledge, even with this current iteration of it. But I still believe that if tanks were simpler, it would be better for the game, not worse. Okay, so it's like a 2-minute first pull. In my opinion. What's up, Tovazo? Is this your main? Yes. I'm actually, in fact, not a Fodder reroller to Guardian. It's kind of... It's been interesting. Tovazo, if you're still there. I am pretty new to content creation. Yeah? Like, I, for example, haven't been making videos for a crazy long time. The amount of people who have come in to my stream and my videos, and they're like, yo, oh, you Fodder reroller, you don't get to talk about this. And I'm like, me? I still have that immediate reaction to it. Like, I try to understand where they're coming from, but I'm like, wait, me? Like, I genuinely have that response every time. Oh my god, by the circle. That's rough. No, I like Guardian. I've been playing Guardian for a long time. I am going to need to Feral Frenzy this branch, though. I think it's interesting that might be a GG's on this. You shouldn't... I mean, this key shouldn't... Well, it's a GG's now. I guess we can call it. I think Guardian now is comparable to Devour. The punishment for not min-maxing Guardian is that you do no damage. You do very little damage. But not that you die. And I think that is pretty reasonable. I think that is not a bad way to design tanks, where at a baseline on the floor, if you mess up half of your rotation, you won't floor puff. Because tanks dying, nobody likes. You know, hop on PR? No problem, Deco. All right, sounds good. No worries. Simpler tanks would be nice for sure. So, I've got some takes about tanks, although I might have to give you them another day. I won't be streaming as much moving forward a little bit. No, but no problem. Thank you for asking, Tavazo. I actually want to play my Prez Evoker too on PTR, though. Last thing your ability for good nukes. I wasn't even looking at your damage. The truth is that when you are tanking and healing, people try to optimize, in general, in my opinion, the wrong thing, because no one, and I mean very, very few, maybe if you're watching stream and you take a look at the top left or something like that, but literally nobody looks at the healer damage or the tank damage on bosses. They just know if you've routed correctly, pulled correctly, etc., etc. But almost 0% of the player, like no one goes, you did 42k? My last Guardian, he did 45. It just doesn't happen. You think 3973? No, Club. It definitely won't be. I don't think so, Mr. Fields. The truth is, Deco, ultimately, I don't see your damage. I have no idea what Mistweavers are or are not supposed to be doing. Zero clue. Only thing that matters is whether you can heal. If that build is 5% less healing, it isn't worth it. If it has 5% more healing, it's worth it, pretty much. And the example is, this 21 Algathar, although it feels really tough, timed it actually twice in the last week. W route, first one was a Resto Shaman healer. We just timed it, like, it felt really easy. Like, we just walked in, I was like, oh, that's not hard at all. How do I play this game again? I didn't even have my folio done at that point. But it was just, I guess we got lucky. We were not playing a super medical. I never did this one. I didn't even have any of these. My folio looked like this when I did it. And it was just super easy. But it's just pretty RNG sometimes with how keys feel. And made a Guardian all now because he only plays if we need it for alt keys. On some polls, he out-DPSs our whole group. What's up, Saucy J? Yo, Saucy J. You know, I started a podcast. I was inspired. If you need tank a healer to DPS, I think there's something off with the DPS. Probably. Yeah. I think so too, Eska. You've been watching? Thank you. You like him so far? I got to do one 2 days ago with Karasis. Are you going to push? No. I have zero desire to Vaso. I thought about it. I definitely decided not to. I got my IO in May. I was chilling. I was missing 2 keys. I think like first week of May. So this is what, 2.5 months ago now. I had all 21s except it was like first, second. I'm not sure exact timing. And I was missing Nexus. Got Nexus, and then it took me 4 weeks to get Seed of the Triumvirate. And during those 4 weeks, I decided I was not going to do this. Like, it took me like 3 or 4 weeks to get the last 21 Seed of the Triumvirate. I think I spent between 3 to 4 weeks of not streaming as well. I was offline. I had the flu, so I wasn't playing my best. Maybe around 30 hours? 30, 35 hours total in Seed of the Triumvirate attempts. I lost my mental. After that, I was like, the idea of doing this on 22, absolutely not. And then I was like, the idea of doing it on 23 for the push, ain't no shot. So I decided, I was like, no, for my mental health, absolutely not. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for today. So I was like, whoo. I decided not to. I called it in May. I was pretty happy with it. I suppose I would consider a 22 if the 1%... The 1% seems appealing. So if it ends up being Brazil 21 and I need a 22 or 2, I would ask around. And maybe consider tanking like a single 22 or something like that. I think that'd be fun. I'm on 22. Most tanks are just caused by straight auto attack damage. Like the point of view, very chill 22s or a grind puggin. I think that this season, Tovazo, if I may say so myself, this is a perspective issue. I would say, if you had to ask me, I would say, if you think this season is easy, it's a very DPS take. I don't think this season is easy. I think that this season has been weird with how high the keys have gotten competitively with Brazil, Midnight Season 1, many people wanting to play, the 1% mount, inspiring a lot of people to push much higher than they normally would, etc., etc. But if you didn't have Guardian and Mistweaver, I feel like the season would not be remembered very well. Those two things are making it way more streamlined, but I would not describe Season 1 as being easy to tank, nor would I describe it as being easy to heal. I think that there have been a lot of checks, but that's a dungeon design philosophy, which is a fair rant to go over, and it's interesting to think about. So, they said that going into Season 2, and this is interesting, if you don't know this, they released some Blue Notes recently, all right? Song Panoridium Stretch? Yeah, I should, thank you. Also, hi, Bowen. Bowen, you could tell me, like, if you're a key pusher, or you just like Mythic Plus, tell me what you think about this. Road, it's crazy to me that no one ever redeems first. You get it every time somehow. This is well played. All right. Season 2 from PTR testing. They are going with a different design philosophy. And I don't think we realized how good Season 1 was until you go into Season 2. It used to be that higher level keys were specifically... the way you did them was infinite CC chain, kicks, and coordination. Since they moved away from that philosophy, the checks this season have now been tank and healer checks. There's a lot of HPS. There's a lot of tank position. There's a lot of requirements on those roles. Comparatively to Season 3 of The War Within, like the last season that we had, it's been swapped. Where the last season was like Priory, the tank's actually not in despair. The first pull of Priory doesn't get spam reset because of the tank. You just had a very powerful tank. It was a lot more responsibility of just like, well, there are 5 kicks that we need to get. Season 2, if you don't challenge tanks, where does the challenge in keys come from? Because you need to challenge people. It can't be so easy that there's no challenge. But all of a sudden on PTR, I want them to challenge tanks less. But in a weird way, I walk into the first pull of Void Scar Arena and I spam reset it because there are 4 kicks. I am alive. I haven't died. My health is not even moved. Like, that pull is very easy for me, the tank. So I'll be the last one left alive, and then I'll be watching my team run back and die. I don't think that's better. I think that's a weird meta to have as well. 18 Seth on PTR. I'm chilling today. I don't think I'll stream very long. Mostly just talking, hanging out. I should go make more food because I need to get way more calories. I did some quick math. I'm supposed to be getting about 4,000 calories. No matter how easy you make it, it will eventually get harder. So yes, Buin, I agree with that. However, I don't want to say it's not Result 21 on an online tool. I don't agree with that online tool spec. I could be wrong. My perspective. I believe it will be around there, personally. Because I think that the way that these next few weeks will work is that the question is 21 Algathar and Seat. But people will help other people get the Result 21. There's an online predictor, but it has used historical data and a projection mathematically, which does not account for human behavior. It cannot account for human behavior. So that projection is that NA will be like this. Takes a lot of damage, feels very fun to play. Moonveil feels super accessible. No, I mean, Danny, I don't view 10 to 15 as being super casual, but I'm glad you're enjoying it, Danny. In Season 2, we'll have some. I stopped. I'm here. I'm 4K. I'm chilling. Yep. I'm chilling here. My Mistweaver, I think, has actually like a few keys that are higher. I'm chilling. What's the projection saying right now? On NA, I think the projection is like 3950-ish, but I don't think that's correct. I think it'll be higher than that. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, maybe I'm just way off. You just need 21 Skyreach. Skyreach is... You'll get it. You'll get it. 3986 tops? I don't think so. What time is it for me right now? It's 2:35 p.m. my time. It is 2:35 p.m. If you like the current iteration of Guardian, there is going to be a version of it going into next season, which is a little different. The Apex has changed. Our talent build will change. But I think they've landed on a good middle ground, to be honest with you. I think that next season is a fair balance for this. Because I love Guardian, I made a rant video on the Patreon. I did put it for members. I might just post it to YouTube soon, just because it's like a 16-minute rant video about how Guardian will feel in Season 2, the build I think we're going to play, what are the differences, also what I hope they don't nerf or buff about it, and just my general thoughts. I should probably just share that publicly. What's up, Supreme? Good morning from Germany. Good morning. Just so everybody knows as well, I will not be streaming a lot over the next few, I'll say like week or two. I want to do PTR testing. I haven't got to test a lot, but just know that I won't be doing a lot of stream. I will play Guardian next season. I'll make at some point. No, you will play Guardian, but the Apex Guardian in Season 2 with current tuning is just no Apex with a different rotation. But I am worried that so you're playing Apex. You will play all 4 points of Apex, Spanky. You will. We'll see with tuning. I'm very worried that there's going to be a tuning notes that come out soon and tries to change the way that Guardian is feeling on PTR. I don't think it'd be good. Basically, I think that I would actually cash out. To be honest with you, I would fucking cash out. You will never have seen me be more upset, probably, if they do what I think they might do. I will make an entire video, and I will not be kind in that video. I am going to straight up tell you, if they... I just think it would be super tone deaf if they announce some of the nerfs that I think Guardian might get. I'm worried, let's say. Just throwing it out there. You will probably never see me more upset than if they do what I think they might do. Because I think it would be very, very, very not good. I think right now is good. That's playstyle wise and power wise. Yeah, I'll be playing Guardian. It's not OP in Season 2. I think it's in a good spot as well. I think it's decent on PTR. I think that a lot of the logs from PTR were early PTR where you could only play no Apex because Apex was bugged. I think once you've been able to play Apex, your damage is decent. It's just that the breakdown of your damage on paper is very one ability heavy. It is the same as it is right now with a little bit more nuance to it. But because of the Lunation nerf, there's a whole rant about it where I go into it. But just, no, I don't want to be upset about it. Guardian is the tank where if you want to learn how to tank, you should be able to play a tank like Guardian. I like the fact that it's accessible. What somebody just said, you just said you leveled your Guardian recently. I'm sorry, who was it? I forgot your name already. I'm very bad with names. But you literally just said, hey, I leveled my Guardian. Moonbear's been feeling pretty good. I'm doing 10 to 15. Excellent. I am so glad that you have access to tanking. And Guardian fills that perfectly just because of its design. But it's supposed to be. It's okay if it has min-max and it has that potential, but it shouldn't be forced into it. The Danny F said that. Thank you, Jace. Or Jack. But that's so good, Blame, because the role of tank for new players is very difficult to get into. And somebody was upset with me. I got a few comments recently about, oh man, you gotta stop talking about this. And I'm like, I just talk about what I find interesting. Yesterday, I was literally walking down the street. I had my tripod with me because I was recording something at the gym. And I was just like, all right, but this is what I'm thinking. I was wondering if I should re-roll to the meta. I was thinking about it next season. And then I was just like, boom. And I just talked about it. That's what I do. What about the new tier set? How it looks? How it looks, don't know. The bonus for Guardian, I like it dataless. It works because of the Lunation nerf. 5 seconds on Incarn, very nice. I don't mind the tier set. Anything will be an upgrade over current Lunar Bear. You are using your kit. Swipe is on my bars. Maul is on my bars, for what it's worth. On PTR, both of those things are on my bars. Mangle is very much a part of my rotation, and I don't spam Moonfire. The walk and talks are top-notch bids. Thank you, Jack McKenzie. I don't know. They're a little weird. I know that they're not exactly what I should do, but I've recently developed a mentality of just fuck them. Now, the reason I say that is not to be rude or negative, but rather when I was making videos, it was cool that people like my videos, and I started to get in my head a little bit about it and just think to myself, well, every video has to be perfect. I want to get even better, more. But it's like I have a real job, and I'm very busy and overwhelmed, and my health isn't fantastic right now. So I'm in just a situation where I was like, I don't want to have the expectation of perfection on myself. I'd like to relax, but I still want to make these videos. So then I was like, what if I said, I'm just going to walk and talk. But challenge, it is a massive challenge to tank. I just want people to enjoy the challenge. You should be able to enjoy tanking. At a higher level, if you want to min-max and optimize and get better at it, for sure. But I think that tank should be powerful. Already sounds 10 times better. You're not ignoring your kit, but your breakdown is still not degenerate, just focused, let's call it. I think that Bear is at its best when Big Thrash is Big Thrash. I think Thrash is like kind of the quintessential Bear thing. What's up, Manny? I'm a 3.8k healer priest. I appreciate that you are asking me for this. I'm probably not playing retail very much at all, unless I already have friends on my friends list. So probably not. I don't think I'll be queuing for many retail keys. I stopped playing retail from a little bit ago. Most likely, I'll just be playing PTR and testing and doing some more stuff. I never even got my Sporefall items. Like, I don't have the ring, I don't think, or the chest or the headpiece. Like, I'm not playing with the item level. I got the belt, I think. No. I got the neck piece. Yeah, I got the neck piece from Sporefall, and that was it. I got the trinket, too. But if I was actually playing this season, I would need to go kill Sporefall 3 more times and do that. That would be the right thing to do. I just don't want to do it. Yeah, you're welcome. Good luck on your push. Are you playing Holy Priest or Dis Priest, Manny? What should we do? What would I like to do right now? Oh, yeah, anyways. I'm glad that you liked Jack McKenzie, the video of me just walking and talking. I think I'm going to do more of them. Locked in Mythic Lure Jail at PTR, nothing. I don't know if I like how seasonal WoW is. I'm going to go with no. I would say no. I am hoping... Yes. Per hand, am I planning to push 22s? Nah. No. I have a problem where I want to have fun playing the game, but sometimes I do not view pushing to the 22s or 23s as fun. Yeah. I had to clip that one video. I had to make 3 clips of it because my tripod died in the middle of it. I sort of hope, though. You already got the title and stuff. I actually am not, like I said, I'm not 100% sure on the 1% being this would be safe for it. You play Disc. I like Holy Priest. I actually really enjoy Holy Priest, but I kind of hope. Because of how your work schedule is. Could you tell me why you like seasonal WoW? I don't think I've heard that take before. I don't know, Warret. I'm not sure. Per hand, are you planning to push 22s? Nah, I don't think so. Again, like 22 Magister Stairs? Sure. 22 Mysara Caverns, Pit, whatever. Those seem fine. 22, even I think it's Seat of the Triumvirate. Like the idea of having to go back into that key at any point is a no. I literally will never go back in there. I have no desire to do it. If I have an alt and I play my alt and my alt has 21s on everything and then literally a plus 10 Seat of the Triumvirate, it's staying there. I don't care. I don't want to go back in there. I don't like that key. It's anti-fun. 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 I will be so stubborn that I would actually just leave my Mistweaver at Resil 21 except Seat of the Triumvirate. I'll just leave it. I don't even want to do it. Just be in the barrel. That's fine. No problem. Leave it there. It's not fun. What's up, Hydric? Yeah, it has been a while. You quit retail about a year ago. What is it about Seat you dislike? Oh, man, I have gone on some rants about this. Oof, all right. So, there's an entire video where I did a little role play. You like role-playing, Druid? I role-played as my father. I don't need to go back and do that same role play because the previous one I actually role played as my mother, and I don't need to do that either. We can leave the parents out of this, but the idea is third boss is a nightmare. That's it. Actually, I think that the way to fix Seat of the Triumvirate, there's like 2 things you have to do. I swear to God, it would be just a much better key. Watch this. All right. Number 1, champions no longer charge the tank if they're out of range. Keep everything else. Still challenging, still hard, they still enrage, they still clap you with auto. Champions no longer charge the tank if they're out of range. Change number 1. Change number 2. Timer reduced by 5 minutes. Third boss removed. Nothing else changes. Third boss of that dungeon doesn't exist. Timer reduced by 5 minutes. You kill the 2 gatekeepers, the door to last boss opens. Done. Better dungeon? Question mark. How are we liking this more? Shorter dungeon, 3 bosses, still hard, still has all the checks. Third boss removed. Better dungeon? Question mark. What do you think? Sometimes, and I swear, I actually don't know why they're so unwilling to just occasionally do something like this. Timer removed, 5 minutes, third boss, gone from Seat of the Triumvirate. Does that actually make it a better dungeon, yes or no? It become your favorite dungeon if third boss is gone. It wouldn't be my favorite, but it wouldn't be a free dungeon. You don't think it would be a better dungeon? Oh, because you're a warrior. No, that doesn't count. I don't think you get to have a take if you're a prot warrior. Nerf warrior, your name is suspicious here because you can spell reflect that boss and you do massive damage. I hear you, but otherwise, who likes the third boss? It's awkward for DPS. DPS don't like it because you have to do weird things with your cooldowns and you're encouraged to basically not actually damage the boss and you have to save for the tentacles. And then it's annoying for healers because whether or not you pass or fail is complicated and difficult, but not really dependent on, like, I don't know. The tank, oh, you're actually playing DK? Well, how was I supposed to know? Your name is Nerf Warrior. Spelled with 2 R's, like a warrior would spell it. That's exactly how I imagine a warrior would spell it. That's exactly what you do. You basically go... the only thing that does make me think that you're not actually a warrior is I feel like warrior would have spelled it like this. That's how a fury warrior would actually like this. It would have been... That's how an average fury warrior thinks that they have spelled their name. Due to the fact that it's failable. I think this season was a bit iffy. All right. Oh, I'll take other opinions here. I will not be absolute on this. I like seasonal WoW since you can set your goals for the season, get them. What else do you play? Okay, what if I ask you this? What else do you play? Anyway, I hate A and Seed anyways. Oh, wait, we're in agreement. Gotcha. Fair enough. What else do you play? I've been thinking recently that I should probably try to play other games. Just to heal my relationship with gaming a little bit. But then I come back to World of Warcraft. Yeah. Oh, that's my favorite meta. I kind of want to play D2. I sort of like playing Diablo 2, to be honest. Did I sleep? No. Does it look like I slept? Go hard, is it obvious? Is it obvious? Rough. The big question that I have is I am going to BlizzCon this year. Does BlizzCon announce a new game? And would you play it? Or do you think that we're actually so addicted to retail World of Warcraft that we wouldn't swap? Let me ask you, if you're here, Noppel, Guhard, Mateo on YouTube, what do you think? If they released WoW Plus, Classic Plus, I don't know what they're going to do. New game comes out, do you play it? We don't know what direction. We don't know if they actually will or will not. I think that at this point, they sort of have to because everyone thinks they're going to. And I feel like I don't know what the vibe would be at BlizzCon if they were like, there's no new game coming. Like, they have not announced it. We're just assuming that they're going to do something like this. Dragonflight Dungeons is good. But that not mean is Dragonflight Dungeons. I think that Dragonflight... I guess every season has good dungeons and bad dungeons. They'll announce Housing Plus, where you can deplete your house. I wouldn't mind them taking big swings. I don't think the swings they're taking for Season 2. You think Dragonflight was shit? I like Dragonflight. They tease Classic Plus a lot. Would be dumb of them not to have anything to announce. Tell me what was good in Dragonflight. It wasn't Shadowlands. That's easy. Dragonflight was great because it wasn't Shadowlands. Actually, Dragonflight was a great expansion, not necessarily because of the story or because of the zones or anything like that. For a game system design for like Mythic Plus, you're a Mythic Plus player, Dragonflight was amazing. Crest system actually enabled you to have access that you didn't have before. Many of the affixes at first were tough, but then they were much better. Like we started to actually progress away from sanguine, bolstering, explosive, the tyrannical, fortified whole thing. Like we started to actually we started to move away from that in Dragonflight, which was great. The first season, remember, Not Good Offensive, where you would get gripped into the last boss and Quaking would go off. Like that was really tough. But the weirdest thing, and oh, what's up, Antrus? I didn't realize you're still here. Dude, I've been on one today. My stream has been weird. I apologize. Actually, no, I don't. I'm going to stand my ground. I stand by my decision making. Hi, Ventures. We have a weird relationship today. This is the best system, technically speaking, for Mythic Plus that we've ever had. Yet, many players are unhappy. And if this current iteration of Mythic Plus does not create happiness, what could they do? We don't have infinite CC chains. We don't actually have dungeons that are constantly checked by one-tap kicks and fears that completely brick your key. We don't have to deal with the affixes that we used to have to deal with, that we didn't like dealing with. We don't have push weeks or not push weeks. We have Brazil. Keys don't deplete the way they used to deplete. Is that what we wanted? Did we get what we wanted? They pretty much gave us everything we asked for. My personal take on this is that I'm not negative. I actually think Midnight Season 1 was great. I think that I really enjoyed Midnight Season 1. I think that the burnout I'm feeling and my desire to not push higher from May has nothing to do with Midnight Season 1. I think it has a lot more to do with just me, my life, getting the flu, and my perspective as I'm aging on gaming. To be fair, they settled on safe and boring. I don't know if boring, it's safer. It's safer. The dungeon design right now is safer. But it leads to the fact that we're WoW players, we will optimize the hell out of this game. And we're going to take it to the nth degree no matter how they design it. If they design it the way it currently is designed, the nth degree looks like what we have in Season 1. The nth degree in Season 2 might be very different, and I don't think that that's better. Whereas that top level in last season, I don't want Priory back. Like, we could have Priory in the dungeon pool, but we don't, and that's good. I think that a lot of people are having more fun. I think so too. Like, I want to be very careful about criticizing systems or having discussions about systems without acknowledging, I think Midnight Season 1 was a very big success. So what are we asking for? What would you do to improve Midnight Season 1? I would not check tanks as much. I would remove or nerf some of the tank mechanics. And then what? Do you want more kicks? Do you want more DPS responsibility? What would make it fun? If the community is breaking itself apart. Like, so to be fair, I actually think the community is breaking itself more than anything else. But why? And if we get into that, we might have a solution. Coming at it from a purely game design point of view is weird. Because I don't think that the answer is there. I think the answer is why we care about being competitive and why we care about being meta more than it is the actual power of it. I mean, Banshers is here. You play Hunter. The physical god comp exists. You're not having fun because you're meta. Although again, you have a access in a team, so you're not exactly pugging all the time on your hunter, to be fair. But I'm glad you're having fun. I think that more people are having fun. And thank you, Nerf Warrior. I appreciate you saying that. I love debating on stream. I'm a little tired, so my head's all over the place. I really respect that you don't agree with me, but you're not yelling at me. Thank you. I won't yell at you either. And I also acknowledge that my perspective is simply one of many. I am not reflective of every single person who plays WoW. I'm not. And I really wish that more content creators or streamers were willing to say, this is just the way I think about it. And from my interactions with people, here are my thoughts. Instead of, you got me, I am right, and you're wrong, and your mother, and her mother after that, and her mother before. I can't even do that without coughing. My bad. I don't like that type of conversation. This is a conversation. We need to discuss things. It's not, yeah. Dataless. Do you know how hard? Okay, so your friends list right now is looking like season 3 when people are taking breaks, and it's just season 1. I'm worried. I'm also worried about that. And now that there's a 1%, I think the 1% was an excellent addition because it's hard. 1%'s not easy, man. Yeah, of course. Ask away. Ask me anything. Sure. Hi, Juicy. I'd like to think that I'm also juicy when I'm feeling well. Sometimes my stomach hurts, and I'm in fact not that juicy because the pressure makes it hard. How many people have 1%? How much people, number-wise? I think it'll be around 10,000, right? 15,000. That's a lot. Is it not? That's a lot. That's a pretty healthy representation, I think. Yeah. One percent and the 34. I think they're so good for the game. I mean, Banchers, I don't think this was a very controversial take. Is this a cover? Cover for what? A band? No, I can't sing C-Spawn. I wish I could. If I could sing and do accents, I would do it all the time. But no, I don't know what my voice sounds like. I don't think it's a controversial thing to say that everybody realizes, no matter what level you play at, that there always needed to be more stepping stones. The fact that previous to this, 3K and 0.1%, there was nothing in between them, was flat out ridiculous. And I had made a video well before this season on beta where I was like, look, you got to give people the ability to compete at the level where they can make reasonable goals and progress. Like that has to exist. They chose 3,400 and 1%. I still think there should be even more stepping stones. And I think that there should just be some really simple way to progress that, because people love competing and they do that all the time. For example, they do, I'm the number one rank. I'm the number one ret pally on my realm. And it's like, oh, that's super cool. What realm are you on? And they're like, Blackwing Zosler Super Realm number 2. And you're like, oh, that's super cool. Done, flat out. Don't ask them how many ret pallies are actually on their realm, because the answer is 3. Doesn't matter. People like competing and progressing against a goal. But it's personal. You have to give them brackets. Like, I think it's really good to give people brackets to compete in and express that. So I think that's really helpful. The 3,400 and 1% were great. I think you should add even more. I would add another one for 36. Every 200 points of IO, give or take. I don't think you could be so frivolous and add every 100 points of IO, but I feel like every 200 points, because then you have a lot of people who are like, we're not exposed to this very much, but trust me, there are actually a lot of people who are like, I'm 3,400 and you're 3,200. Don't talk to me, bitch. Like, there's a lot of people who have that. You would be sort of surprised maybe how many people are like, you're 3K. I'm 3,400. Oh. drink their damn water with their pinky up. That's a joke, but it kind of isn't. I do think that those stepping stones are great. I still think you should examine why people care so much to begin with. And I do think that the major thing that people feel that is the root of the problem of the gearing for Season 2 and a lot of the things they might do in Season 2 or moving forward, and it significantly limits their design space. I don't envy them, by the way. I don't envy them. The meta pressure, the meta perception, the community meta pressure, not even the exact power level of specs, has to be thought about and addressed. I think that's kind of the next point that we have to. It's bad. It's really bad. You can't just sit in the main city and not be able to get into keys. You know. I don't know exactly what I don't know what the full solution is here. If you homogenize specs, nobody has fun. There needs to be a unique sense of class identity. Banshers, it means something for you to be Hunter. That's good. I like the fact that when you play Hunter, there is a difference between Marksman, Beastmaster, and Survival. I don't want them to be so equal that there is no difference between the three and that you have no meaningful choice. And it really is just, I want spear today versus bow. Like, I don't mind that there are different patterns and unique feels to specs, but there are 40 specs. How do you balance all that with the way that WoW works? I think there are a few easy things that you could do that are pretty low-hanging fruit. But I don't envy their position, and I don't pretend to have a full solution because I don't. If you let me design the game, I'm going to mess up. I really don't think I would do a perfect job. I don't think I would do a very good job at all, to be honest. I saw a hilarious note that said plus 18, Resil if you're respectful. I actually like that, to be fair. I mean, that's how I view things. There are some players who get high IO and are also very toxic, but it's not as common as you think. If you are somebody who's pushing, there's not a lot of people who push for like very high IO. They can make buffs like, so group buffs are a problem. You don't like raccoons? See Daddy Mac? What? Raccoons are adorable. I mean, they don't make good pets. You don't want them as pets. I think that they've backed themselves into a bit of a corner with game design and just specs in general. I do wonder how they're supposed to go forward from this point. You don't want raccoons in your walls, but they are very cute to look at. What I would say is this, okay? How about this? I want it to feel impactful that I am a druid. I want Banshers to say, hell yeah, I'm a hunter. Cheeky, what's your favorite spec in WoW? Che, what's your favorite spec? Tell me, what's your favorite spec? Vati, I don't know everybody here right now. Blame CDN, what do you play? You just in a 21, what do you play? There'll always be mana stuff, so you can't balance the game on to a perfection, I agree. There's a healer who don't even need to drink. The mana's Wise Parrot, mana's pretty chill, right? Like, you could balance mana much better. Mistweaver Monk, okay. Rogue, Sea Daddy. Fun name to pronounce on Twitch. Do you feel like a rogue player right now? Demonology Warlock, Che, do you feel a sense of identity to Warlock? Nimbus, do you feel like a Brewmaster? Like, are you a monk? Is that something that you feel like you have real identity with? Because if we're just re-rolling and we're constantly saying, well, that's the meta and I'm going to swap to that, the question I have is, did they do an okay job with the pruning and the fact that a lot of people were like, I'm a Brewmaster, but I swapped to Guardian this season, and there's no sense of identity. There's no connection to what you're playing in WoW. And that's a weird thing, because then what does your character get determined by? if there's no connection with your character, then the only thing your character provides is item level and IO, which resets every single season and does not develop that sense of attachment as an MMORPG. At that point, you are much more playing League of Legends, where you zone into a game, choose your champion, and that's what you're playing for that comp, for that key, for that period of time. But WoW is at its best when you say, I am a Guardian Druid. That is my thing. I am a rogue, that is my thing. I am a hunter, that is my thing. And I aim to express mastery over that thing. I aim to progress on my favorite role, on my favorite spec, because it means something to me. And the one sneaky part of playing with this weird meta perception that we have today is, do we still have an identity to the spec that we're playing? I started as a Prot Warrior Pharaoh Druid monk, and you feel 200% monk. Good. I love all tanks, but it seems like Blizzard doesn't love all tanks. Like, it doesn't love all of their children. It does feel like that sometimes. Bear does feel the strongest, but forcing random nails into your MD high routes. I like Disc because it's mechanics. I don't really like the thematic identity of Priest that much. Fair. In your case, you're an S-Priest main. Play that on your guild. You almost got to title level with AUG, because you just can't be asked playing Q Simulator. That makes sense. You were forced to play Evoker to get the title in your limited free time. I think that WoW is at its best if you could just say, but I love Shadow Priest and I want to play Shadow Priest. But also I understand if I was a Shadow Priest player and I was like, I want to push for higher keys this season, I would have rerolled. I wouldn't have done that to myself. I absolutely would have rerolled. I happen to be meta because I'm Guardian. But I'm also going to play Guardian next season because I like it. Now, we have a perspective in here right now because Banchers is in here. And if you're not familiar with who Banchers is a Giga Hunter, but you also get to play with a team. And your team is full of people who play because they love the thing that they're playing. You do not play meta, and y'all do just fine in the season. You're out here timing some big-ass keys. You guys are crazy good players. It's very cool. The physical god comp represents. Banchers is literally here. So I think that a unique advantage in Banchers, I would like, if you have a second, I would love to ask you a question for this, because I made a video yesterday. It was just me walking down the street of Thailand talking about it. One of the unique advantages to playing off meta is that if you progress this game as off meta, you sort of know that people like you for you. Instead of this season, imagine that a tank, for example, were to reroll every season. There's this weird thing where sometimes you're invited because you're the meta tank, but people don't really value you for you. Whereas if you are like just a really good hunter, there are comps that like that. I think a hunter's a tough one. Could we go with like an arms warrior? Bear with me here. What about like a physical comp? More traditional physical comp, like a warrior or a mistweaver or something like this in previous seasons. It kind of forces you to network, but it also does, I think, a better job of teaching you how to build bonds. And it almost is very rewarding to play something that isn't just fodom and progress as that. And I think it's not an answer, but it's a unique advantage to being you. Instead of if you had just said, yeah, but I'm just going to play Devourer this season. I wonder if have you guys, I don't know if you ever had that conversation. If everybody in the physical god comp actually did reroll to the quote unquote meta, do you guys think you would do a key level higher? Maybe. Is you randomly picked to push keys on Alliance. The community was extremely small and everybody was just their class. I think that there's an advantage to that. With bringing back scrolls, if they bring back scrolls, I talked about this with Kyrasis. There's a podcast coming out next week. One episode per week for the podcast. Kyrasis and I talk. He's like the number one Blood DK in the world. Giga Blood DK. I asked him about group buffs There's no one better to ask about group buffs than a Blood DK player. Blood DK, Pres Evoker, those are the two that are the best people to ask. Anybody who's dedicated to those two things, I think, would like a word with group buffs. And he thought it would just be easier to balance if you basically were to give all group buffs like you were to give scrolls. I think it would just be better if you disabled group buffs in Mythic Plus and they existed for raid. They exist for raid for a reason. You cannot get rid of group buffs. You would literally play on fights that demand it. You would just play like 12 Shadow Priests because they have a unique damage profile, and that's the best fight. You would just play 12 Shadow. Like, you would do crazy things in raid. So you have to have group buffs in raid. They exist for a reason. Fair enough. I don't love it, but I understand why. In Mythic Plus, though, there are so many of them. There's a little bit of unique comp building with it. Like, again, there's an advantage to being the group buff advantage is, well, if I'm a warrior and I want to network, I'm going to want to find people who benefit from me being a warrior. But I think that that's a pretty minor argument. I have a feeling that more people get limited by it. It does, if you remove them, it would hurt the Fizz comp idea, but hear me out. If you were to remove group buffs, the way to do so would be to examine and balance off Mythic Plus tuning. And here's why I'm saying this. It's not just Fizz comp. It's also, for example, Ret Pally this last season, which they have addressed going forward. They changed its interaction with Sky Fury. When I was pugging on my Ret Pally, I'm just pugging keys. Do you know how hard it is to be a Feral Druid and just pug keys? The chances that you end up in a key that just has all the group buffs you need is very low. Like, it's quite low that you're gonna just casually end up in a comp that is perfect for you. So normally you just do 10% less damage. And that feels bad. I think that it's a much greater representation of the player base who would technically benefit from playing in a special comp, but just doesn't get to. Because most people are interacting through looking for group instead of their friends list, which, to be fair, if you're pushing keys, I think really is actually a mistake in almost every way. But that's tough to do, right? Looking for group queue simulator needs a look at. But if you say, well, physical specs, because of their group buffs, need 10%. It's a 10% differentiating on their damage. Or 13%. What if you just buffed them? Walking into a key. Would that immediately make them better? What if the compensation was, and I'm not saying I know exactly what number because you have to be careful. Maybe their profiles are better, and so maybe this does degenerate things. Thought process is, if you feel like you need a monk plus warrior plus feral druid, what if you just gave them the 10% damage anyways? So it wasn't a group buff that was needing it, but you just gave them 10%. Or if it ends up being 8%, what if you just gave them 8% damage? And I also think that the whole idea of Mythic Plus tuning versus raid tuning needs to happen at some point. But I don't know if you would stack DPS necessarily, Hans, if you got rid of group buffs. And that's just because profiles matter a lot. Like, you have, at higher level keys, you have other things that DPS provide aside from just raw overall damage. Solo shuffle in Mythic Plus. You're going to land me in hot water with this one, Wise. You would run 3 DKs, so that's a problem, though. If you would end up just running 3 DKs, then DK needs a look at. You're kind of just playing a little game here where if none of these solutions work and the answer is run 3 DKs, at some point you need to look at why you would do that. Specs having different functionality and different content is generally bad game design, but Sonic, you have to have that in WoW. You can't homogenize specs because then you wouldn't have identity with specs, and that goes back to what I was asking earlier, where it means something that Banshers is a hunter. It means something that Nimbus is a monk. It means something that you're like, but I am a Shadow Priest. I am a rogue. See, Daddy Max says, I rogue. That me. Like, those things are very valuable because they give you a sense of identity. It is not good for the game if the only thing that matters is this number. This is rough. This is not good. If this is the only thing that matters to me, this and this are the only two things that people see when I apply for groups. Item level, IO score. And it basically just says, wow, now competitive ranked game. You might as well just put ELO in and make it so that every time you fail a key, you actually lose score, which please don't do that. That'd be terrible. But I'm just saying, like, that's the direction. And I actually think that WoW, although I like the competitive aspect of it, I engage with it. I want to keep engaging with it. I think they have to be careful about losing the identity of it being an MMO instead of just a lobby game. That's a catch-22, because if they go the other direction, I'm not saying I know what the answer is. I'm just interesting. Move Bloodlust to tank specs? I mean, no matter how they do this, somebody's upset. But I think they need to do some... Maybe they don't need to do anything, and maybe we're all just ranting for no reason, and everything is perfect. We'll find out going into Season 2. Warrior... Okay, to be fair... Goddamn Warrior should have Bloodlust. That just seems like an actual... Isn't that just obvious? How do you explain specs like Dev Evoker and Windwalker were the worst in Mythic Plus? I think they should get help. But I also think that if Blizzard views it as a completely, like, a challenge, like you have to now do individual tuning for every spec in Mythic Plus versus Raid, that's not true. You just have to give certain specs modifiers at a minimum, which they already do and can't be that impossible to ask. Because they already do this for Rallying Darkness. Every healer cooldown in Raid has a differentiating factor in keys. Trank, this, whatever. There are many things that have different values in 5-man content, and they have PvP modifiers because some abilities in the game are completely broken in PvP, and others that are very powerful in PvE are not strong enough in PvP. So they say, oh, that thing is a problem, let's just address that one thing. Why not? Beyond irrelevant? When you talk about the tuning of keys, Benoit, you also get into some weird territory of what level key are you talking about. Because technically, the tuning in a plus 12 is fine. But then if you're talking about a plus 24, then you start getting into some weird things. Funnel, prio, this, that, or whatever. Mass AoE, overall damage, single target damage, how much, and your utility, etc. But I think that the design here is supposed to be for in between those two things. And in between those two things, nobody knows about prio damage, funnel damage, etc. Like, it's just not really a factor. So the only thing that people look at is your overall damage. And what I mean by this is if I was in a plus 15 Algathar Academy and I was a healer and I literally didn't heal at all, but somehow we timed the key and I had like 100k overall DPS, but it was actually just the first pull, or I'm padding. If you should pad. At average key levels, you should absolutely pad, not because it's ethical or because it will help your key, but because people only look at overall damage. When I was playing my Rat Pally and I was pugging this season, there were many keys where they were like, bro, why are you just doing 5% less damage? Like, I got called out a few times and I was like, because I was going, first of all, nobody was kicking, so I had to go horse out of the pack, use my utility. You didn't see that I actually saved a bunch of pulls here. And many of these pulls, I was hitting Verdict instead of Storm because I thought that was the right thing to do. But nobody cares because my overall damage looked lower. Should have padded. Like, I think that it's a big issue because it doesn't matter as much as it actually... It's difficult to explain. to individually tune every spell, but you don't have to individually tune every spell. You could just say, you could just look at the fundamental problems. This is the perspective here is to avoid failure of design instead of look for optimal design. Optimal design, I don't know if they could do that. Maybe you would need to hire 7 people, et cetera, and have all these crazy stuff. I don't know. But you can avoid the failure of design, and there are some specs which feel like a failure of design right now, as mentioned earlier. Morning, Kafaze. Where you have something like a Dev Evoker, which needs a look at. It's not like Dev Evoker is, I wouldn't say, I can't know if I can make the take that it's not crazy bad. Or even weeks earlier was saying, I want to play Holy Priest. It's not like Holy Priest is crazy bad. It's not exactly crazy good either. You could play devil's advocate to any point here, but if I was to go out on a ledge and not try to back myself up and you are willing to clip me out of context, I would tell you that some specs are in trouble. If I actually just took a step out on this ledge and I was willing to take a stand, I think that some specs are in trouble, and I think that they should buff some specs. I don't think the tank balance is good in Season 1. I think the healer balance is also actively bad in Season 1. And I think some DPS specs could receive a literal 10% damage buff and still not be played in any sort of competitive content for Mythic Plus. That's bad. I think you could literally buff all Holy Priest healing by 20% and you still wouldn't play it in keys. Really? I think you could buff Pres Evoker this by 30%. Crazy. A third, and you still wouldn't play it in keys. Like, that's a design, that's a failure of design. There's going to be an ad. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. You think 4,030 is safe for 1%? That I do. Well, EU or NA, Nick? I think 4,030 is getting to the safe spot, yeah. Maybe one more 22, but I think that that's probably fine, yeah. So, I'm back. Listen, you got to remember, we can keep having these conversations, but it is also a very strong matter of perspective. I'll go out on another ledge and give you a spicy take, a hot take, which does land me into trouble. But the more I talk to the community of World of Warcraft, the more I really believe if a streamer tells you that they know for sure what's going to be meta next season, as an example, don't listen to them. If somebody tells you that they are absolutely right, don't listen to them. This game is too varied and has way too many perspectives. Context needs to be applied. When I was talking to Kyrasis yesterday, I had to clarify. I interrupted him, and I felt bad for that. I asked him a question, and I said, hey, what would it take for Blood DK to be designed in a way that would be, considered more meta? Like, where's the design flaw of Blood DK, and what is actually the problem with it? We had a good conversation about it. And as he was answering this question, I said, hey, sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. I want to clarify that I am specifically referencing this range of keys because I genuinely believe that Blood DK is a fantastic tank for plus 12, for the 3400, for like that. It's a very good tank for that. So I am asking you for this context. Continue. But I had to clarify this because otherwise people would listen to that and go, oh, man, so, all right, maybe I shouldn't play Blood DK for my plus 10s. And it's like, no, hold up, sorry. We're talking about this range. And there is a problem with Blood DK at that rate. Let's talk about it. Let's have a conversation. But it is so important. For what context? I'll listen to you and Yoda. I wouldn't be able to make a proper tier list. I haven't played PTR enough. I'm normally only on PTR. I haven't even played it. I don't think I've played PTR at all this week. I hope that PTR keys are still available next week, Alessi. I have a pretty fair understanding of the tanks, but I didn't get to play much healer. I think I did a single key on my Mistweaver and like a few keys on my Resto Shaman. But I haven't really been able to play all the healers or much of the DPS. I think my last tier list was pretty good. I think my calls from beta going into season 1 were almost all correct. There was like 1 or 2 things I was off on. I think I did a pretty good job. But either way, tier list, I mentioned this yesterday, it really feels as though somebody gets a promotion at Blizzard and they just go, who do you want to be meta? And they go, that one. And you go, okay, buff it by 200%. This is really what it feels like. It's pretty random. The meta in World of Warcraft is strange. Because for tanks and healers in particular, sometimes they do that. They're just like, boop, that's the dartboard. Throw that, lands over there, bam, buff that thing. That's the one next season. I think that the controversial take... What's up, Nick Dan? It's your first season tanking and you got to 34... You already got to 4,000 IO? 4,030? That's awesome. Thanks for the content. You're welcome. I'm excited to make more. It just might mean that the guides that come out next season, instead of them being early, might actually be at the season launch. Like, I might have to play it for a few weeks, and then I'll have a better understanding of the dungeons. I don't want to make... yeah. I mean, bro, it would be so funny to do this, but I bet you I could actually do this. If streamer ever tells you that their main is bad, they're probably sandbagging. Sandbagging is actually like kind of crazy. That would be we should do that one day. I am totally going to make that a video. Actually, it was Shaw who gave me that idea. But at some point, I am definitely going to be doing this. Don't hide all of your guides behind. None of them were, like, almost all of the things were public. There are a few videos that are members only. And that's because they're rallying. And if you ever wanted to support a streamer and they have different revenues of content, the best way to do so is either... bits on Twitch, which is normally why I have bit goals. I don't have one today. I forgot. I was going to order ice cream or something like that. But the other one is just Patreon or memberships. So like YouTube members and Patreon are a massive contributing factor if you do want to support streams. I have, I think, around like 100 videos for members of both now. But you do have to be willing to put some things behind a paywall. And I know that it's frustrating But if I didn't do that, I wouldn't be able to make much content at all. So it's a balance. It's a balance. Although, if you ever, Zeralian, if you ever see a video come up on YouTube members or Patreon and you're like, damn, I really wish I could watch that video, but I don't want to do this membership, just fucking tell me. I'll send it to you. Like, that's no problem. There's a lot of videos I make for both. I will literally just send it to you. And I have done that before. There have been a few people where like, look, I really can't afford a few dollars. I would love to see this video you made about Guardian Druid. I'll just send it to you, or I'll just tell you. That's no problem. Certain DPS specs don't even touch their Apex talents. I mean, yeah. Can you show talents for Starfire Moonkin? You just take the Moonkin here. If you want this, it's one talent here. You have to choose Dispel in some dungeons or not. But the main thing you drop is Astral Influence and Matted Fur. This is only buffing your Moonfire because it's spells, and spells for Guardian Druid are not your physical abilities. This does not give you more range on Thrash or anything like that. It only gives you more range on Moonfire. Still kind of nice for some dungeons, but this is a very helpful tip for aggro and makes some pulls easier. Higher level keys, you don't need this as much because you might have somebody who helps you, or you could just tell your team to wait a second, but I think this is a great talent for 2-point investment in the middle of your tree. There's not a lot of other good things. You could take this, you could take this, you could even take this. I mean, they're all pretty lackluster points here. Next season, you're going to want to probably take this because Mangle's going to be more part of your damage. You'll have higher crit. But I still think that this is not a bad idea. And you'll be playing Poison Dispel for almost every dungeon next season as well because there's a lot of Poison Dispels. Yeah. I don't know. I still think that there's one of the design flaws is there's 40 specs in WoW. How do you balance 40 specs in WoW? I wouldn't be able to do it. Okay, do I want to treat myself to Swenson's today, or are we just going to get McDonald's chocolate sundaes? Swenson's is kind of pricey. I don't know if I feel like going the Swenson's route. I feel like just some sundaes from McDonald's would be good. It was ice cream day yesterday. And Lil, I lost too much weight. I haven't been eating enough. I need to eat like something a lot right now. I just need to gain some weight. Yeah, it's pretty much ice cream every day. It's as many calories as I could possibly fit in. Like, it's been 4 hours and I have not consumed calories. So I need to either go make food right now or just order something. Yeah. I need to eat way more. I lost too much weight. I mean, I already kind of do too, Locke. Chocolate milk. I mean, yeah. How many calories you eat a day? It's a little bit weird for my diet because of the way I need to eat. Aubrey, what rate are I? Was 1%. Right now, it's not the finished product, Aubrey. The 1% is going to change because it only calculates at the end of a season, which we don't know exactly when that is right now. You're in Thailand, right? Go get rice and stuff. I'm not allowed to eat fiber. That's why I have a hard time with calories. I think it'll be plus or minus 4K. It'll be either right below or right above. That's the time. Yeah. I do have a normal job. Yeah, this is not my actual job. This is mostly a passion for me. Palo, I mean, this is like me making videos and streaming is an absolute passion. It's not my actual job. No. This is not what pays rent. I think it'll be just below or just above. The problem is, Eska, the way that Brazil works is the last jump. The question is if Brazil 21 is hit, then it will actually be probably a 22 in there. If Brazil 21 is not hit because of seat and AA, then it's just beforehand, which means it's going to be 4K would be safe. Then it'll be 4K. I don't know. There's also a chance that you just casually get a 22 pit, 22 magisters, 22 this without getting a 21 AA or seat. But I think it's around 4K. Yeah. I like my job. I'm really good at my job. I actually enjoy my work. But I also enjoy talking about the game. I think it enables me to be more of a genuine like, I don't get as stressed about making videos, Paulo, because I have the option of knowing that, like, well, I'm going to be able to pay rents even if there's a stream where you don't make a lot of money or whatever it is. Like, I can just make a video that I care about making. And I just normally do that. If I'm walking down the street and I have my tripod with me, I'm straight up just like, this is what I'm thinking about, and then I just talk about it and just do it. And I'll probably do more of that. If I have a video idea, I just make it. I don't have to think that much. That's fair, Spanky. I think that's actually fair. Shit, I'm just trying to hit 3,400. You got this, Nelicus. Nelicus, what are you playing? I protest. I mean, that's fair, actually. I think that protesting is actually makes sense. I don't know how much I'll be... Speaking of which, there's some things I got to do. I don't know how much I'll be streaming the next few days. I will make some videos soon. Reg is bad. It happens. Nelicus, at all levels of keys, sometimes you just brick keys. Sometimes they straight up, they just don't go well. Genuinely. Yeah, I can't eat fiber. So, rice, I mean, I wish. I live in a beautiful country, and imagine I could just have, like, mangoes and this and that. Ugh, calories would be solved. I'd just eat cake, to be honest. I like my favorite texture. I would probably just eat cake all day. Or donuts. Donuts also sound really good. Whoa. So sad. It's not for me. It's not in the cards. Wise, what do I do for work? I work as a trainer. I'm working health and fitness. I get to work with different conditions and help people out. And I work online only. Do not take in-people clients anymore. Okay, I'm tired. Thank you for all the cool conversations today. I wasn't actually going to even stream, but I'm glad that I got to play with Banchers. It was nice to meet him. It was nice to actually dookie. Hopefully, I impressed him just a little bit. I ain't no squish, but hopefully I did all right in our keys that we did. That would be the goal. A good impression. Right when he rated, man, I gotta... For some reason, the second that he always comes to say hi, I always just lose my ability to think. I don't know why that happens. That should be studied. Should actually be studied at some point. Cuddly squishy. Alright, first person suggested. Let's see who's on. I will send you over to the first person unsuggested. Who is this? Wait, isn't this guy... Oh, he just started stream, that's why. The first person on my suggested is Panda TV. This guy's been around for a long time. I don't know, actually. I don't know him. That was the first person on the suggested list. Is Grandma WoW? Wow, Grandma. I wonder if I'll get to meet people. She is wholesome. Ugh. All right, next person on suggested. I've seen this person before. I'll be back whenever. Not sure. It'll be a surprise. I could... Wait. No, I can't end stream now. I fucking love these comments. Wait. No, I can't end now. Holy shit. Say it again. Wait. No, wait, hold up. I can't answer... Wait a second. Can you explain? Wait, I can't pronounce your name. You have a Russian username on YouTube. Right as I was about to end. You said, I condemn what you do. What do you condemn about it? Wait. No, hold up. Now I'm entertained. Wait, hold up. What do you condemn? I can't pronounce your name. I don't know how to read it. genuine. I'm calling you out because if you're willing to say that online, you should be able to back up your point. What do I do that you condemn? Oh, because of the stream title. Sorry. Okay. All right. Hold up. I thought it was gonna be more entertaining for a second. I was actually so excited. Boosting rank 1. Because of the stream title today, I was helping some people get the 21 Algathar. I understand. Okay. For a second, I thought this was gonna be way more entertaining. All right, never mind. I'm ending stream. Fair enough. I was helping some friends get the 21. It will happen. Just know that number is going up because people will do it. Very fair. That is acceptable. Yes. That makes sense. Nope. I see. It's because in the stream title I was like helping friends get 21 Algathar Academy. That makes sense. All right. On your merry way. I'll see you next time. Bye. Oh, you're welcome. I forgot to turn off YouTube stream. Thank you, Martin. Bye, Martin. I'll see you later. Bye. Thanks for hanging out.